Okay, good morning. Guten Morgen, alle zusammen. Willkommen. I'm Alistair Hudson, the Scientific Artistic Director of ZKM. It's a pleasure to have you here, and for all our guests joining us online. This is being streamed, as well as in front of a live audience here. The symposium today, with regard to our international audience and delegates, will be conducted in English, but we do have the facility of the KIT translator if you need it. So there's a QR code at the entrance there, and in your packs as well, which is much better. I can say it's much better than Google Translate from personal experience. This symposium has been called because it's really the time of year when we have our Kuratorium, our curatorial advisory board of the ZKM. And in conversation with Professor Gesche Joost, we thought that given that we're in a moment of transition, with me being new and as embarking on a kind of new direction at ZKM, a new chapter, that it will be a good moment to take stock of where we were as an institution and to take stock of media arts as a whole, to think about how we plan for that future and how we shape it in the best way that's in the best service of our publics. So really we thought it would be a good idea, rather than the curatorium meeting in a closed room, as we normally do, although we will be doing that tomorrow as well to digest today's activities, that we wanted to make our thinking public. That as a transparent public institution with many, many vested interests in ZKM and what it is, and communities of interest around it, locally, nationally, internationally, that we should have this conversation in the best spirit, and to do that with a kind of mutual understanding and willingness to learn in a sort of exposed way, rather than shying away from any criticisms or difficult conversations. So really this is conducted today in a spirit of openness, and we will welcome you all. And I shall just explain briefly the order of the day before handing over to Gesche. So this morning, really, the day is constructed in two halves. This morning we're going to have a welcome introduction from our stakeholders from the city and state, and then we will have some reflections from our colleagues here at ZKM, many of whom have worked here for a long time, some of whom are new, but to really see where are we now, where is media arts now, where is ZKM at this particular moment. Let's take stock of where we are. And then this afternoon, we will have a series of provocations from the members of our Kuratorium, some of whom are new, some of who are not, really with the ambition of creating a discussion that will continue about how we go forward as an organization, and how we go forward as an organization that is creating discourse and activities in the field of art, media, and technology. The symposium was given the title the Uses of Media Art, as a sort of slight nod to the 1957 publication by Richard Hoggart on the uses of literacy, where he identifies a sea change in the way society is constructed due to mass media, at that point more in the terms of press media rather than digital media. And he predicts really a kind of a fracturing and a changing, shifting of the way people relate to one another in society. And we are now at this moment seeing that more than ever. So it seemed a sort of fitting reference point in that long line history that we have. But the uses of media also refers as well to the what for question for me, which is very important, is why do we do what we do? Why do we focus on media art, and what is it? How do we best deploy it, activate it, work with artists, work with society in order to have a public institution working to advance culture in the best way? So if we hold those thoughts in your head, we will continue discussions through the day. We want a nice informal atmosphere and to keep this conversational. So I will now hand over to Professor Gesche Joost, who is the chair of the Kuratorium here at ZKM.
I'm super excited that we meet here now today, and that we as Kuratorium meet for the first time also physically to really have a dense and intense discussion about, what's the state of media art and what's the future ahead of us. And what I really love is also this image, because you see the blanks, the white spots, the kind of nothing of the canvas, and the different layers that are on top of it, the blurry kind of borders that are somehow defining the image, but also kind of leaving space for kind of reinvention. And this, I think, it's a very good visual for our day, what we plan to do today. And as Alistair said, we want to have a lively discussion with all of you to really sit down together and say, what happened so far, what's the future ahead, and the future is bright, and how do we want to design it? And time to reveal, I've studied back in the 1990s already, so I'm also getting really old. And at that point in time, in 1990s, kind of 1996, for me, that was the time where I discovered the internet. So the upcoming internet was kind of defined by promising digital spaces with unlimited access to world's knowledge. So that was where I as a student, I was like, whoa, so the internet is now changing the world. It was promising digital spaces that would free us all to reimagine sex and gender without the limitations of the physical body. So I was super excited about the cyberfeminism and the idea of that you could kind of get rid of your physical body, and then you can reimagine yourself in this cyberspace that we called it at that point in time. And it was promising digital spaces to make the world more accessible, more equal, and more united. That was what I believed back in the 1990s. Well, today we know the promises did not hold true. We have to admit, but still no doubt, the internet has fundamentally changed my worldview, my being in the world. So it was a disruption, but maybe in another way than we would have anticipated. And ZKM at that point in time was my genius loci. It was my partner in crime. It was the place to be for me as a young student. So I studied in Cologne, we came from Cologne to ZKM to discover and to understand what was happening with this kind of, advent of the internet. We wanted to understand what was going on. We wanted to take part in the discourse on cyberspace, cyberfeminism, open source, hyperlinks. Hyperlinks was at that point in time the term. We were like, oh, hyperlinks. I think nobody uses it anymore, but at that point in time, it was a kind of paradigm shift what hyperlink structures means for also our being in the world and of our understanding. ZKM was a place of fascination, of relevance, of state-of-the-art in all interferences between art, media, and technology. That's now 25 years ago already, and today, still, of course, ZKM is for me the place to be. The topics changed, but still they have the same relevance, the same fascination, and the same urgency. Many topics and exhibitions of the recent years, like the post-Anthropocene or the Open Code exhibition, influenced our debates in Berlin at my university. We saw the panel discussions online, we followed the discourse, we read all books, and were really inspired. Some of my students joined the seminar by Bruno Latour. And no doubt, ZKM did not lose anything of its superpower in terms of agenda setting, spanning from views of media history to hot-off-the-press technologies, tools and features from public engagements on coding and AI to cutting-edge expert dialogues, always engaging international artists, experts, scientists, and their views. We will learn much more about ZKM today, and I'm looking forward to the unfolding a bit of the history and the multi-dimensions of ZKM. We had this morning the wonderful opportunity to follow Alistair through the new exhibition, The Fellow Travelers, and that's kind of the same spirit, but maybe adding a more global perspective also, maybe really stepping out of the maybe a bit Eurocentristic perspectives that also myself were really caught in the 1990s, and now it's kind of a new chapter where all these kinds of fascinations and this kind of multi-layering is still present, but adding really the global perspectives. So why are we gathering here today? First of all, we want to celebrate Alistair Hudson's first year at ZKM and the new Kuratorium. meeting here today for the first time, as I said, physically. Great to meet the international colleagues. Thank you so much for coming all the way to Karlsruhe, which is a bit tricky with this China-Satzverkehr thing. But and secondly, we want to take the opportunity to discuss the state of media art. Is the term maybe outdated? Is it a leftover from the 1960s to the 1990s and its discourses? Do we want to reinvigorate the term or reinvent it? Of course, we can go back to Marshall McLuhan's definition of media from 1964 in understanding media, the extension of man. So the medium is the message and the media are extensions of our cognitive apparatus. But we can also follow through new chapters of media technology and its apparatur, procedures, social practices, interactions, and the like. So the intersection between media and art has infinite layers, like our visual, is adding complexity every day. Today, AI is challenging the paradigm of art production anew, with fears of eroding job profiles, accumulating of capital, and at the same time, an explosion of artistic expression, which we know from media history of the past, like when written language was invented, print, or photography. I will talk about this chapter a bit more in the afternoon. So in a way, all art today is media art. Art is always mediated, replicated, reproduced, remixed, and it is inseparable from media and technology. Therefore, we could argue putting art and media art at the core of ZKM expands our perspectives and invites all different forms of art to Karlsruhe. We see no limits. When I went lately on the website of ZKM, I saw that you renamed ZKM also to Zentrum für Kritik and Memes, which is also a very nice translation of the acronym ZKM. So there were several new translations of ZKM, which I really loved. ZKM had always a critical perspective on media and art. That much is true, and I believe that you're also pretty good at designing memes. Therefore, I invite you all today to an open dialogue on art and science for society at ZKM, on the role of this so much more than a museum institution in Karlsruhe, in Germany, in the world, about blind spots, about blanks, and opportunities. So that's great that you're all joining this debate. And now I hand over to Arne Braun, State Secretary of the Ministry of Science, Research and the Arts of Baden-Württemberg. We're so happy to have you here. Thanks a lot for being here. So I hand over to you. Thanks a lot.
I'm happy to be here also. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will try in English. Alistair. I would like to begin with a remark, or rather a question. Part of the definition of media art is that it must be created, distributed, or received with the help of machines. Machines. In the case, is there any art left in the 21st century that isn't media art? The question. Or have we become estranged from the essence of art? Should we perhaps turn to premedial cultures in order to reconnect with art? Perhaps by the end of the day we will have answers to these and other questions. Dear Alistair Hudson, dear Helga Huskamp, dear Frau Tschopel, Frau Joost, Professor Brun, esteemed members of the advisory board, dear ZKM team, dear participants of the Symposium, ladies and gentlemen, both here at ZKM and joining via live stream. Since its foundation, ZKM has established itself as a key destination for the world of art, particularly in media art, a place where brilliant researchers and artists come together to explore the new, the unseen, and the unheard in the art world. A lab where the pioneers of media art have worked and continue to work both in theory and in practice. With over 35 years of history, ZKM today stands as both a media art museum and a media art incubator. The development of modern mass media is as rapid as its transition into museums. Super 8, VHS cassette, magnetic tapes, floppy disk, 56K modem, microfilm, cutting-edge technology yesterday, a cabinet of curiosities today. When I think of media art in the 20th century, iconic works of Nam June Paik come to mind, such as a pyramid with a V. One of the largest scale video installations, a tower made of vintage TV sets. But what will it look like the 21st century? Crypto art, NFT art, art created by AI, robotic ballet? How will our understanding of art evolve in response to future developments? What better place to discuss this than ZKM in Karlsruhe, UNESCO City of Media Arts? And who could be better seated for this discussion, dear Alistair Hudson, than your advisory board? A warm welcome to all once again. As members of the board, you act as critical friends, promoting ZKM's reputation worldwide while offering honest, constructive feedback. In doing so, you ensure that its international reputation remains well deserved. What do museums have to do with big tech? How can they help us understand an increasingly complex world? What does media art mean in the 21st century? What are the implications of AI for the art world? Is media art too Eurocentric? Are current teaching paradigms still up to date? Today we will hear insights from experts regarding these and other pressing questions. What a great idea, dear Professor Joost, dear Alistair Hudson, to discuss these questions right here at the heart of ZKM with the participations of experts and engaged public. In this way, internal and external perspectives will merge into the ZKM polyphony that is central to Alistair Hudson's visions of the institution. I hope for a fruitful and peaceful exchange of ideas. One thing is crucial for us to move forward as a society and broaden our horizons, a constructive and respectful culture of debate, which has unfortunately been lost in many parts of our society in these times of polycrisis. I would like to thank ZKM for organizing this event and express my gratitude to the advisory board, to their commitment, especially for the fact that so many of you have come to Karlsruhe in person. Many thanks to the City of Karlsruhe, as a co-founder of the ZKM, and to all the Symposium's participants of this interest, for their interest. I hope for an insightful day today, and more broadly, that we can collaborate in science and art to restore a civilized debate in society. Thank you.
I'll do the introduction bit. So I warmly invite Dr. Dominika Schoper here up onto the stage. Thank you.
Sorry, Alistair was too fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear State Secretary Arne Braun, dear Alistair, dear Ms. Huskamp, dear Professor Gesche Joost, dear members of the Board of Trustees, dear ZKM team, dear guests, I would also like to welcome the current city councillors. Anton Huber is there. I'm not sure whether there is. Yeah, right. So, on behalf of the City of Karlsruhe and the Lord Mayor, Dr. Frank Mentrup, who is unfortunately unable to attend today, I would like to welcome you all to today's event. I would particularly like to welcome the newly appointed International Board of Trustees of the ZKM, who are meeting here at the ZKM for the first time in person. Many of you have traveled a very long way to be here today and to get to know the ZKM and its protagonists in person. A particularly warm welcome to you all. I would like to begin and speak very briefly for those who are not so familiar with the city of Karlsruhe by introducing the city and our role and commitment to the ZKM and media art. Karlsruhe is the cradle of modern media communication. It was here at Germany's oldest technical university, now the KIT, that Heinrich Hertz demonstrated the existence of electromagnetic waves in 1886, where the first German computer science faculty was founded in 1972, and where Germany's first email was received in 1984. The city, which is home to Germany's high courts, is a booming IT center, an excellent university and research landscape, and an exceptionally diverse cultural landscape with flourishing cultural and creative industry. The ZKM was invented in Karlsruhe. The historically grown pioneering role and the given framework conditions were also decisive for the establishment of the ZKM in Karlsruhe in 1989 as a foundation under public law jointly supported and financed by the city of Karlsruhe and the state of Baden-Württemberg. Both founders are therefore equally represented at the ZKM Foundation Board, the highest decision-making body. Together with the Hochschule für Gestaltung, the ZKM unites exhibitions and cultural activities, education, research and development, as well as teaching under one roof. From the very beginning, the ZKM has been a breeding ground for the acquisition of knowledge and brings together expertise in the arts, science and philosophy. Present and accessible in this building since 1997, the sometimes extraordinary exhibition and events have been able to bring together social, technological, and scientific expertise. And from the beginning, the ZKM has been a breeding ground for the The city of Karlsruhe was and is very proud to have an institution like the ZKM. Unusual at the time of its foundation, exceptional in its exhibition and event activities over the last 30 years, the ZKM now has the potential to once again open up new areas of knowledge and bring about new debates. The special significance of media art, as it has played a decisive role at the ZKM from the very beginning, was demonstrated for the city of Karlsruhe, among other things, by the fact that the anniversary of the city in 2015, 300 years, was celebrated as a media art event, with the 300-day program Globale Digitale, the Schlosslichtspiele, mapping projections on the palace facade, and with the Art in Public Space project The City is the Star. Since 2019, Karlsruhe has also been Germany's first and only UNESCO Creative City of Media Arts and has been involved in the global UNESCO network with media art projects ever since. So, as you can see, the city does not simply look at the ZKM, sometimes it orients itself towards it. The ZKM is an elementary component of the city's DNA. Based on what we have achieved so far, we now have the opportunity and obligation to reorient the concept of the extraordinarily successful cultural institution in view of the omnipresent crisis-related challenges, the technological and scientific advances, and the serious social, political, and economic changes of our time. We are very grateful that the newly appointed ZKM Board of Trustees, together with the new scientific and artistic director of the ZKM, Alistair Hudson, provided the impetus for this symposium to analyze the current status and redefine the significance of media art. I'm very much looking forward to hearing your different perspectives on the topic and your ideas for the future of the ZKM in media art in general. And I would like to thank you for the intellectual and conceptual input and your contributions to the discussion, which not only affects the ZKM, but is also of elementary interest to us as a city of media art. Many thanks to the entire ZKM team for the organization and implementation, and I wish the conference a successful and insightful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is so encouraging. So to really, that we are so well recognized within Baden-Württemberg and within Karlsruhe. So now I introduce the next speaker. This is the well-known. Now I read all your titles. Haha. Doch, I will. Professor Dr. Ing. Dr. H.C. Mult Michael. Michael Resch, who's coming not so far from here, from Stuttgart. He is a mathematician and he is heading the Hochleistungsrechenzentrum in Stuttgart. And he has been on the Kuratorium board since a while already, so we know each other, at least virtually, for quite a while. And it's great that you give your first kind of impulse, because you have to run to give another impulse at another institution. So we have the first impression from the Kuratorium side by Michael. Bitte.
Thank you, Gesche. It's a pleasure to be here, dear colleagues. As you see, I'm a technical guy. I'm the one with the machine. But the reason I read my text from this machine is that I'm quite not an expert with machines, because when I finished the text at 1 o'clock in the morning this night, I figured that my printer doesn't work. So I wasn't unable to print it. So I'm sorry. It is strange to be here, because this is a cultural institution and I'm a technical guy. The reason for this is manifold. I actually started out as a mathematician, and the reason why I studied mathematics was not to make money or anything, but to understand the world. Not in the Faustian sense. I hate this Faustian approach of trying to understand what brings the world together and keeps everything together, but rather in a very personal way of trying to understand what this all is about, which was sort of confusing me at the time when I started to go to university. The second thing that brings me to art is that I'm an Austrian. Are there any Austrians in the room here? No. Okay. I'm sorry for you. When you grow up as an Austrian, you're not interested in art, because art is part of your life. It's not that specialists discuss art and specialists work in museums and specialists visit museums. It's that every day, every hour on the news, we discuss art. So when I came to Germany, the first thing I figured is there is no art. I had to look for it. I had to search for it. Sounds strange. I'm sorry for the Ministry of Science, because you do so much. But art is not part of the dialogue of the society as a whole. Yeah? It's something that is really special. And then in 2010, finally, I met a nice guy from Austria, Peter Weibel, and we started a discussion among Austrians about art and science, and this is why I'm here. So that's the main reason. But my background is very technical, and so my talk will be rather technical, not too technical, but the view of a technical person on art, a person who grew up with art and wants to make art part of my own life. Yeah? So these are my thoughts. Since we live in large-scale organized societies, we have developed what we call worldviews. I didn't find a better word for that. These worldviews serve as a guide into the complexity of the world that we experience as human beings. Worldviews and cultures interact with each other and shape each other. Christianity created a Western European view of the world that led us to the point of claiming to have to carry what we call the burden of the white man, that was so nicely described by Rudyard Kipling in a poem. Confucianism, on the other hand, shaped the Chinese society to the point that the well-being of structural components of society, like family, company, and state, became the foremost goal of every government for hundreds of years, regardless of their ideological ideas. Technologies have always had an impact on this interplay of worldview and culture, and have modified, transformed, and at times deformed or even mutilated our cultures, and with that our worldviews. Today that technology is digital. The digital is said to have become a technology that is pervasive in our world, and this seems to be true. We carry small supercomputers with us most of the time. Each of you has a supercomputer in his or her pocket. The system here is designed to calculate the weather of tomorrow. You can simulate a power plant with that. You can do weather prediction. You can do climate research, whatever you want, if you actually are able to program them. But you carry a supercomputer with you. We rely on huge farms of servers to provide us with any digital service if requested by us through our digital devices, smartwatches, smartphones, smarts, whatsoever. Always keep that in mind. You're transforming the world by simply using your cell phone, because these server farms are huge installations that have a huge impact on our climate. Digital systems steer our houses, control our travel, allow us to work from home office, provide our entertainment, control our death when we end up in the intensive care units. And in addition, for our whole life, digital systems have started to keep track of us, storing all the data that we produce from birth till death. So whether we admit it or not, we are living in a digital culture, a digital society. And as digitalization has started to shape our life, it has also started to shape our way of reacting to the world. And with art, at least for me, being part of our reaction to the world and also a way to interact with the world, the digital has started to shape art. And currently, at least to me, little suggests that art has started to shape the digital on the other side. Consequently, we should ask whether and how the digital has changed or will change our worldview, and then what that means for art. So let me try to briefly touch on only 3 key concepts of the digital that I see as important to get an idea of what we are facing. First of all, digitalization, the digital, is about standardization, simplification, and the subjection of the world to logic and numbers. When we talk about the machine, we're talking about one machine. It's the Turing machine. And if you move to the right here, you can see the SUSE Z22, and what this machine can do for you, it can add and multiply numbers. Everything else comes from the human using the machine. So, in fact, what happens when we bring the world into the digital, we reduce our world to what can be expressed digitally. So digitalization is a loss. It's a loss of complexity, it's a loss of openness, and it's a loss of ambiguity. The digital and the world are not the same. Nor is the digital any kind of mapping or image of the world in the sense of a true copy. It may sound strange, but digitalization is first of all a substantial loss of information, which is weird because we assume that digitalization is about information and we assume that the machines create information. Actually, we lose information when using these machines. We need to be aware of this in order to understand the role of digitalization in our culture. With the digital shaping art, we need to look at a second concept of the digital. This is replication. Replication has been a factor in art at least since Walter Benjamin's Das Kunstwerk im Zeitalter seiner technischen Reproduzierbarkeit. I was so happy I did not have to translate that. Assuming that all of you know. Benjamin was addressing the issue in terms of technical replication of an original version of a piece of art. In his world, there still was an original. A musical performance took place. It was recorded and could be replicated technically on a shellac. A painting could be photographed, and so a replication could be produced technically, a photography. A theater performance could be filmed and replicated as a movie. Benjamin was discussing several aspects of the replication process. However, what was still available in his times was the original to stand out against the replications. In the digital world, there is no longer an original. It doesn't exist. Actually, there is no difference between a digital original and anything we call a copy in the digital world. They are exactly the same. So it's difficult, Yes, I come to the end. Don't push me. I'm an old professor. We used to speak for roughly double the time that we have. Nobody would confuse a shellac recording of a Beethoven symphony performance conducted by Otto Klemperer with the performance itself. But in a digital world, things are getting worse or more interesting when we look at the third aspect I would like to highlight here, which is openness. It's associated with the ability to create an infinite number of copies. While copyright and ownership are key concepts in the traditional Western art, emphasize Western, open source has become the way of interacting with a digital artifact in the digital world. People do not only consume artifacts, but usually are invited to change them. They form even communities taking care of these artifacts, which rapidly change over time, and from time to time, they agree to freeze what we call an aversion. In addition, commercial support is sometimes created around that artifact, providing those who are non-experts with the necessary service to use. Now, let me come to the end. Okay? With a few questions. What does this mean for art? Can NFTs be an answer to the question of the original and preserve the old concepts of art? Or will the digital modify our concept of art and the artist completely? Will the original be entirely eliminated from art? Or will it be reduced to what we call performances? What impact will it have when the general public can potentially modify and contribute to digital pieces of art? What does that mean for a museum which lives on the original? And I'm rather happy that the ZKM is not a museum. Will the open digital world with its diverse communities, we are not very diverse here in this room, I have figured, will this diverse community of the digital mix and merge science, art, politics, and entertainment into new digital artifacts that shape our culture in a new way? And finally, if, as I said, the digital is only a part of the world, how will art react to this splitting of our view of the world? Which role will art play in making that split visible, but also in overcoming that split? As a good scientist, I leave you with these questions, the answers to which I can tell you cannot be deducted by mathematical logic, as much as I would like to do that, nor can they be extrapolated by looking back into centuries of analog life. It is we who will shape these answers, together with this large, diverse digital world out there, which is still emerging before our eyes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mikhail. And thank you for representing Austria in the ZKM. And speaking of timing, that reminds me of one of my favorite quotes from Mahler, who said, "When the end of the world comes, I'm going to Vienna, because everything there happens 10 years later." I'm sure that's not true. So now that this section is really about, in a way, I suppose, is about that will not to simplify, to complexify. I wanted really, before we had our considerations about the future, I wanted us to consider our history to date and to consider 35 years plus of artists' projects, software engineering, education, publication, the whole unbelievable plethora of activities that the ZKM has created in its past. And I thought it would be nicely tortuous to set the impossible challenge to our heads of creative departments here at the ZKM to kind of each give a 10-minute picture of where they think we are now, to kind of reflect upon the past and just to sort of take stock of where we have got to at this moment. So I'm very grateful that they have risen to this challenge, which is not easy. But I think it's important that we have this as a platform to have our future discussions, because that incredible knowledge and the amazing expertise of the 6 people you're about to hear from also represents 150 people plus, if you include ZKM's history, probably 1,000 people who've been working through this place. Represents an enormous body of knowledge, an enormous body of expertise, and one that we should really build upon and not move away from, and that's very important to me. So I won't slow things down. I will keep our time and invite up first Margaret Rosen, who is the head of our Wissen department here at ZKM.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Joost, dear advisory board, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Schuppe. The conference is entitled The Uses of Media, Symposium of the State of Media Art, and I will therefore begin with a quote from Nam June Paik, one of the most important figures in 20th century art. In 1977 he noted, "I don't like terms like media art, it's too limited, like a Madison Avenue advertising slogan." The term was controversial from the start. And since the title of the conference suggests thinking in categories of use, one might ask, was the term useful? Indeed, it was. The term media art marked a difference. It attracted attention and it polarized. For some people, media art represented artistically insignificant technical gadgetry, the unreflected ennoblement of new technologies, or even a state-sponsored art designed to make technological change acceptable to the masses. For others, however, the term media art represented the promise of a radical contemporaneity as artists worked with the very technologies that were shaping the present. Media art stood for criticism and awareness of the consequences and possibilities of emerging technologies. Media art stood for social activism. But it was always also a free, imaginative, playful, humorous exploration of new aesthetics. And to explain the title of my presentation, Beyond Use, media art stood for an art beyond the pure use of media, for artists that did not simply use media, but explored and repurposed them, tinkered with them, doing things with them that they were not intended for. And as Gesche Joost suggested, yes, the term media art might vanish and dissolve into art. In the debates of the 1990s in Germany between art history and media theory, sentences like "all art is media art" could be read. I invite you now to follow me into the collection, the archives, the library, and the conservation laboratories to show you that not all art is the same, at least not from the perspective of those who want to preserve it for future generations. Media art or electronic art presents a very different challenge to institutions in their day-to-day work. And I will also briefly show you that our work is not just about repairing electronic devices, but through the collection, archives, and library, we have created a unique research environment from which publications, films, exhibitions, and artworks emerge. The slide shows you the areas of activity that I will be trying to address within the 10 minutes. Structurally, they belong to the departments of Wissen, Collections, Archive, and Research, and the Museum and Exhibition Technical Services. So let me start with the collection. Our collection now comprises around 12,000 objects, mostly from the 1950s to the present. And the artists in the collection come from 76 countries. But to make the short remark, this is one of our tasks to open the exhibition up globally in collaboration with partners from the respective areas. And yes, the collection contains also paintings, drawings, photographs, and sculptures, but the special characteristics is the large number of media artworks. The collection includes over 1,500 videos, 115 video installations, dozens work of sound, light art, and kinetic objects, and 680 holograms with 244 computer-based installations. The ZKM has the largest collection of its kind worldwide. Many institutions are showing now digital art, but we're the only one that can also open the horizon to tell its history. This is one of many aspects that makes ZKM unique. And I may add, because you've mentioned it, that we also have 158 NFTs. And starting in December 2017, we were one of the first institutions worldwide to acquire them. In 2017, the archive was officially established at ZKM, and we now take care of more than 200 archives with 600 meters of documents and over 30,000 audio and videotapes and films. And although we do not have the online finding aid there, we receive research inquiries and visits from all over the world. Researchers come from Europe and USA mainly, but we've recently been able to assist a very interesting music archive in Sudan. The archive is networked nationally and internationally. For example, we are organizing a workshop for the New Media Art Archives Network in February next year. And we receive these archives through donations. And I may underline that also because the artists enjoy working with us and trust us. Our archives, with their primary resources, are treasure trove for researchers. To mention just the video archive, it contains not only artworks, but also interviews, documentaries, performances, and legendary exhibitions. Exploring these documents, parts of the art history might be rewritten. Our archives give rise to exhibitions, publications, university seminars, and even reconstructions of historical electronic musical devices like the barber pole phaser by Harald Bode, one of the fathers of the synthesizer. Of all the projects we're working on behind the scenes in the field of information architecture, data networks, I will mention only one research project here. We have recently submitted a research project on AI-based analysis of audiovisual data. To conclude this first part of my presentation, I would like to mention another very important part of this research environment, and that's the joint library of the ZKM and the State University of Art and Design with 90,000 publications. On to the next and final topic. Have you ever wondered why there are so few complex media art installations in public collections? Why is it that private collectors don't believe that a work of media art is a good investment in the sense of a financial asset? Why most archives do only contain paper? Because preserving media art is an art in itself. The material culture of the 20th and 21st century is extremely fragile. Electronic devices and data carriers are not made for eternity, and technical standards change at a rapid pace. A media art collection is something of a cybernetic zoo. What is neglected dies. We do know how to take care. Over the years, we have built up and maintained a team of great expertise, conservators, software developers, electricians, and workshops with the necessary equipment. I can only give you a very brief overview of the expertise available here. Our laboratory for antiquated video system saves 1,000 analog videotapes per year. It does this for artists, but also for institutions such as the MIT or the Centre Pompidou. And only the Getty Research Center in Los Angeles has a similarly equipped laboratory. Our digital art conservators rescue complex computer-based artworks and are requested for advice worldwide. Other restorers and electricians are specialized in handling electrical and electronic analog work. Finally, for saving video installations, we cooperate with Colorvec, a company which has an exceptional expertise in the field of cathode ray tubes. And what is not yet on the slide, due to a new acquisition, we are now also dealing with the long-term preservation of bioart, of bacteria. The group of specialists we have here is rather unique. Apart from the team at the Tate, in London there's nothing comparable. We conduct research, provide advice and training, not only to interns, but also to colleagues from other institutions. And we've already organized and hosted 2 major conferences on preservation. The third one is planned for next autumn. I'm just talking about the last 4 years. One thing I would like to mention here, because it's very relevant to the field. When I first became involved in the subject of conservation, what struck me most about this globally networked community of media art conservators and video game conservators was the culture of collaboration and generous sharing of knowledge. For some time now, we have been developing concepts on how to establish a national center of excellence of media art restoration at ZKM, supported by federal funding. Should it succeed, it is essential that this center acts as a hub for the community of conservators, sharing its values. We have achieved a lot in recent years with a pretty small team. And we are quite aware of our deficits, but we also know, as Donald Rumsfeld says, there are unknown unknowns. And in this regard, we look forward to the suggestions of the advisory board. And a final word, media art is, and I'm talking really about media art since the 1950s, it was inspiring also because many artists are addressing issues of the present. Yet I personally hesitate to burden artists with the task of saving the world. Were the historical avant-garde expected to imagine potential futures, it seems that artists are now sometimes expected to ensure that there will be a future at all. But if there is one place that is ideal for artists, scientists, and all kinds of people to come together and address shared matters of concern, then this is the ZKM. And while artists don't necessarily have to provide answers, they are often excellent at showing us that we have been asking the wrong questions.
All right, that was quite a tour de force. Thank you, Margit. I will try to be a bit... I'm going to try to slow down now, but I've been hyped up. Hello, my name is Tina Lorenz. I'm new at ZKM, so I don't have the whole 30-year-old history to tell you, but I would like to tell you about artistic research. No, that's not the beginning of my presentation, but it doesn't matter. That is the beginning of my presentation. Because I'm the new head of HerzLab, which is the Artistic Research and Development Department here at ZKM. And artistic research is a very interesting field of work because it is different from scientific research and from artistic practice. It is neither. It is towing the line of this Aristotelian divide between poiesis and praxis. So there is this differentiation between scientific research, which has a methodology, it has a vocabulary, it has a way of asking questions and to try experiments to find out answers. And there is also the field of artistic practice, which sometimes is just art for art, sometimes it isn't, but artistic research is trying to find a way going between those two. And this means that artistic research is not trying to emulate science. It cannot, because science is better at what science does. It cannot employ the same vocabulary. We cannot do empiric studies, or we do not do prototypical explorations. We have things that are broken until they work. So it's a different approach. It's a naive approach sometimes, but it's distinctly different from scientific methodology. And also, it is different from artistic practice. When artistic research becomes too sciencey, it kind of tends to be art without audience. Because when you use, for example, the data of the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, make music out of it or make sound art out of it, to know that this data influenced the sound art, this needs to be translated, this needs to be communicated also. And this is sometimes done without the audience in mind. So it is a quite fine line, and I am trying to tell you what we use media for in artistic research at ZKM, using examples of the very, very recent past. So we know that the new approach of Alistair is Arte Utile, which is a network of useful art. What is art used for? And its lexicon is very interesting for me because it is a helpful approach to artistic research in general, and I think we can also add to this lexicon when it comes to the use of technology in artistic research and the use of technology in art. Because when it comes to technology, some of the things that are useful are not some of the things that are described in the lexicon. For example, as Michael Resch mentioned before, the open source movement, which is a very, very important feature for community. And One of the things that we did was we look at, this is flatware, hardware, software, wetware in the I Tell You, You Tell Me exhibition. And what we did was we looked at the paradigm shift of how we exist and how AI will shift how we communicate online, how we meet each other. Because we cannot be sure that texts are written by humans anymore. There is, you all know the Turing test, which is trying to establish, am I communicating with a machine? What we might need is a reverse Turing test, am I communicating with a human? Because right now, when you buy things on Amazon.com, don't read the reviews, no human has written them. The pictures you see that apparently are from someone's living room, these are not real. And how do we know that? We don't. So our whole system of truth is shifting. Our whole system of what is truth and how do we work with it? So this kind of is trying. This work is trying to ask those questions. We also talk about speculative futures. This is a VR piece that we will be premiering in October, which is about AGI, strong AI, and is dealing with the work of Ray Kurzweil, who is a futurist and a science researcher at Google. And he is a techno-optimist. He is one of those people who is a very transhumanist fan. He says, we will merge with AI. This is going to be great. The world is going to be great. And we look at this future and see and try to gauge, really, is it going to be a wonderful future or rather not? We also do try to use technology for artistic expression. We develop technology. This is from the gesture library that my colleague Bernd Lintermann has been developing using motion tracking sensors to really make a gesture library. Make a library that can predict gestures, that can predict human movement in order to help us virtually recreate them. And of course, sometimes we do literally media art. We are building right now a literal network into one of the exhibition spaces that will be used for artistic questioning. It is a Rohrpost system that acts like a network, and we can invite artists without having to explain network functionality, but they can use a network to ask artistic questions. And sometimes we just use it for fun. Stephen will know what this is. This is a mushroom that we grew on a Hegel book with the help of Stephen Wright and the Künstlerhaus Stuttgart. And he made music for us. And so sometimes we have just simply fun. So that was me. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Tina, for your presentation. My name is Philipp Ziegler. I've been working as a curator here at ZKM since 2012. Since 2016 as head of the Kuratorium team, which is responsible for the ZKM's exhibition program in close collaboration with numerous other departments of ZKM, and of course in close consultation with the scientific artistic CEO, formerly Peter Weibel, and now for almost a year and a half, Alistair Hudson. Like all of us presenting here, I have the problem that it's almost an impossible task to talk about our subjects, in my case the exhibitions at ZKM, in the short time available here. I will therefore focus only to a few aspects and would also like the title of my presentations, Exhibitions at ZKM, a relic of the past or still a useful cultural practice for the future, to be understood as a deliberate provocation and maybe a starting point for a discussion. Recently, there have been many swan songs to exhibitions as a hopelessly outdated, outmoded, or even reactionary modernist practice, as a refuge or for l'art pour l'art from the past, which no longer corresponds to the dynamics of the today's world. And even worse, exhibitions also are sometimes harmful to the environment. Oops. When, and maybe Ika Schope remembers that, when we once told accidentally that the carbon footprint of an exhibition at the ZKM was probably so large that we had to plant 1,000 trees and maintain them for 40 years to compensate the CO2 emissions, the storm of the public protest was enormous. So, shouldn't the requirement today then be to foster discourse and participation instead of preserving an environmentally harmful bourgeois biotop of aesthetic autonomy on the taxpayer's expense? In the following, I would like to argue why those two poles may not be the opposite at the ZKM, why exhibitions and participations are not contradictory, and advocate that exhibitions are not only measured by their CO2 emissions. One of the consequences of an increasingly ecological approach to exhibition making, which started at least around the time when this article in the local newspapers BNN was published, is our Orchard Meadow, originally a project by the artist Stéphane Verlet-Berthereau, which took place as part of the seminal exhibition Critical Zones. For almost 5 years now, this orchard had been maintained as a community project by staff members of the ZKM and has become, in the meantime, an integral part of the institution, which serves more and more also as a venue for artistic projects and discussions around more sustainable ways of production. You can see some of the results of those projects here in the exhibition Fellow Travelers. But again, why still exhibitions at ZKM? What makes them a useful cultural practice for the future? Apart from the fact that thanks to our outstanding technical teams, we can realize media art exhibitions here that are not possible elsewhere. First of all, people love to visit the exhibitions at ZKM, and despite, or maybe also because of all the demanding technical and intellectual challenges they sometimes involve, people enjoy visiting the ZKM, its spacious exhibition halls, and encounter something they might not have seen or thought about before. Since 1999, at least when Peter Weibel, that Austrian guy, joined the ZKM as CEO, the ZKM has become internationally known for its outstanding exhibition program. Also, of course, for its outstanding publications, which often were published after. Projects are currently listed in the archive on our website. These entries in the archive include large-scale group and thematic exhibitions with sometimes hundreds of artists and exhibits, monographic retrospectives, collection exhibitions, archival presentations, and various smaller scale project space exhibitions, sometimes with artists who worked as artists in residence at the Hertz Lab and developed new works with us. Most of the exhibitions have taken place here in this former munition factory in which ZKM is located since 1997. Many exhibition projects also take place externally in the urban space of Karlsruhe, for example, in other cities in Germany or abroad. In the last years, we did numerous exhibitions in Asia. Many exhibitions were also realized worldwide in cooperation with the network of the Goethe Institute. Annette Holzheit will look into this in more detail later. Some of the exhibitions did also not take place in the physical, but were presented, were projects developed to be presented in the digital space. Whereas some exhibitions only ran for a few days or weeks, others were displayed for 1 or 2 years. The average duration is maybe around 5 to 6 months here. The much-loved exhibition Gameplay, formerly World of Games, about computer game cultures, has been a permanent display at the ZKM since 1997. Of course, it has evolved during the time and taken on different forms, but it is and remains one of the cornerstones of our program and will be expanded in the future. Even if every exhibition has a different character and we always try to find the best scenographic, technical and artistic solution for every project, exhibitions at ZKM are widely known for being experimental and innovative, intellectually challenging. In the past, they were often encyclopedic and therefore sometimes overwhelming in their abundance. They were, hopefully they are, still scientifically profound. They are technologically cutting edge. They address the urgent political and social questions of their time, and they are often far ahead of their time and current discourses. Exhibitions at ZKM are known for their interactivity and many opportunities, and that they offer many opportunities for participations. They also speak to all age groups and diverse audiences from different backgrounds, often with mediation spaces at their center of the exhibition. My colleague Janine Burger will certainly go more into detail about the close links and excellent collaboration between the MUSCOM team, the mediation team at the ZKM, and the Kuratorial team. Some of the most important exhibitions we organized in recent years, which were also closely developed not only with the mediation team, but also with the colleagues from the technical team, the Herz Lab, Wissen, and many other departments include Open Codes, Living in Digital World from 2017 to 19, an exhibition that was designed as a learning platform and experiment, and which was largely realized with the involvement of various communities and offered free food, free coffee, and free thoughts. Digital Imaginaries, Africa in Production, 2018 and 19, an exhibition project on media art and the use of technology, digital technologies in African countries, which were organized in a large interdisciplinary project teams in partnership with Afropixel and Katuasan in Dakar, Senegal, and the Fakugesi Festival and the Wits Art Center in Johannesburg in South Africa. Writing the History of the Future from 2019 to 22. A comprehensive exhibition of the ZKM collection that exemplifies the transformation of art due to the changing technologies. In 2021, a smaller version of this exhibition was shown at the Gwangju Museum of Art in Gwangju in Korea. For sure, Critical Zones, Observatories for Earthly Politics, an exhibition which ran from 2020 to 22 in the midst of the corona pandemics. Critical Zones was a comprehensive thought experiment, exhibition developed with the late philosopher Bruno Latour and a study group at the University of Art and Design in Karlsruhe that dealt with the critical situation of the Earth to explore more modes of coexistence between all forms of life in the face of the climate crisis. Together with the Goethe Institute in India, Critical Zones traveled from 2022 to 24 to 6 cities in India and Sri Lanka. Biomedia from 21 and 22, an experimental exhibition on the age of media with lifelike behavior, and Renaissance 3.0, maybe you remember, running from March 23 to February this year on the alliances between art, science, and in the 21st century. Those are only a few examples of important exhibitions of the last years. I can't talk here about the large-scale retrospectives with media art pioneers such as Lynn Hirschman-Leeson, Aldo Tambellini, Walter Gier, Sangui Kim, Annalivia Cordeiro, Ulrike Rosenbach, Heinz Mack, and many others. These were, but of course, all exhibition projects that were developed under the direction of Peter Weibel. No wonder that at his first weeks here at ZKM, Alistair probably heard constantly, "Oh, we have made this already," or "Oh yes, this is like the exhibition XY that we made then and then." But of course, there are so many exhibitions that we haven't made at the ZKM. There are those blank spots. Exhibitions provide such a unique opportunities to interact directly with the audience in various communities as platforms for exchange and cultural learning, as a way to generate awareness for certain themes, and also as safe places for artists to test their ideas in innovative thinking. How we now think at ZKM about exhibitions together with Alistair Hudson can be seen on our current exhibitions, I Tell You, You Tell Me, Black Flags, and since last Friday, Fellow Travelers. All of those exhibitions were developed under Alistair's guidance. They do not only look good and make the best possible use of our exhibition galleries, but provide also diverse entry points for our visitors into current debates about technology, politics, and society. They also already show some of the main outlines of our exhibition program for the coming years. Ecological thinking will certainly become more important. The program will become more diversified, not only in terms of gender, but also geographically, thus examining the changing understandings of technology from a variety of perspectives. But all this in times of increasingly tight budget, with fewer staff and less exhibition space. So it will be a challenge, but we are deeply convinced that exhibitions are not only a relic of the past, but worth the joint effort, because exhibitions are an incredible, useful, and essential cultural practice for imagining our common technological and societal future. Thank you very much.
Dear members of the board, dear listeners, you might be listening with a technical expertise eye, maybe with an artistic ear. I chose the title of my presentation as Into the Wide Open, ZKM Media Art at Work, to refer to projects that ZKM has been doing outside the ZKM premises. And I will drastically narrow down the scope by reviewing just a few projects for which I had the responsibility of as a conceptual and curatorial lead. So I won't be speaking about the very many wonderful projects of the colleagues. The locations we work with in public might be just around the corner, like the corners of the ZKM Cube, where we presented in 2019 the folk installation Cloud Walk by Fujiko Nakaya. Fujiko Nakaya's work is of vitalizing, soothing, and exhilarating effects, and it takes us on the lane of media art history to the 1970 Pepsi Pavilion at the Expo in Osaka, where Fujiko Nakaya presented the very first natural folk sculpture ever to the public. She did so as a member of a collaboration of artists and engineers, the so-called Experiments in Art and Technology group, the EAT. For creating her artistic material, the folk, she used engineered a very fine system of nozzles with air pressure and pure drinking water, without adding any chemical substances. So her artistic invention was also very useful as a novelty for farmers to water their crops in a more eco-sensitive way. Artworks like these, they shine on both sides, to the aesthetic and to the techno-pragmatic. Very gently and broadly, these works open up to current issues of our fragile relationship to nature, to community building, and to the poetic self. To give you another example from the 2016 Karlsruhe Marketplace, where the US-American media artist Paul De Marinis presented a technique which would make musical tunes audible if only the umbrella membranes were carefully held under his electromagnetically controlled water streams. Curious minds of all ages, they listened in to Mozart as well as pop along their way through the water corridor, and with bright smiles wanted to talk more about the mechanisms behind the phenomenon they had experienced. Together with the fantastic volunteers of Karlsruhe, we offered our hospitality to all their questions and critical concerns. ZKM has been switching into the role of a guest whenever the institution got invited to create an exhibition, afar. Peter Weibel's final exhibition, Renaissance 3.0 from 2023, for instance, was reconfigured specifically to speak to the visitors of the Paris Goethe Institute about media art's scientific ambitions, with an emphasis on the development of digital tools and their artistic use that would spark the imagination to foster epistemological and social changes. With collaborative projects like these, we seek to apply a curatorial methodology in which the experimental artistic positions would entice the audience's desire to leave the confines of their cozy zones and venture into the open of the unfamiliar. To illustrate how artworks and an exhibition as such turn into a mindful interspace, I will rapidly zoom in on one project that was meant to turn a renovated historic industrial architecture, the so-called Möllerei, into a media art exhibition for the first time. ZKM was invited to do so by the Luxembourg European Capital of Culture in Esch-Belval in 2022. So together with Esch 22, we turned the inside of the building, which had been used to store and mix raw materials for iron production, into a conceptual space for processes of the hybrid, for movements between the material and the ideal, the physical and the digital, for encounters of the familiar and the estranging. The building was to become an intermediate space. My aim was to reflect through the specific artworks and the characteristics of the physical space on how media enables exchange processes between the self and the other across space and time. The exhibition was meant to make it a topic, how media provides access to the repositories of shared resources of knowledge and being. It was meant to exemplify that the offers for the uses of these resources have multiplied with the increasing differentiation of digital consumer technologies. And it was meant to foreground how media images and digital data are used to model self-images and images of others as ascriptions and demarcations, so to shape connections between the individual and society, and to expand physical worlds virtually. Global accessibility to the world through the media does not mean diversity for good, but brings with it a tendency towards uniformity, as the French philosopher François Julian notes, and I quote Julian: "Under globalization's imposed regime of uniformity, we are tempted to reduce the common to the similar, that is, to engage in assimilation. We must instead promote the common that is not the similar. Only this manner of common is productive. The common of a community can be active only if we promote a common that does not reduce to the uniform. Only then can it effectively provide something to share." Together with the contributing artists who have very different experiences with Europe, we connected the physical and the digital in the Malerai to demonstrate how media environments play an enormous role in mobilizing and reshaping the history of culture and of the individual. As a monument of European industrial heritage, the Malerai signifies a transformation of rural landscape into a 20th century industrial site with fast cultural changes of an entire region. And it stands for the transformation from industrial to post-industrial culture. So as a physical monument, it is a perceptual space for what has been lost, for what exists, and for what is possible. In this location of overlapping historical signs, remediation occurred. And I understand remediation in this context as a process that something that exists is rehabilitated and updated because one desires and decides to preserve it. From an artistic perspective, remediation is understood as an intervention to make existing media usable as raw material for new processes of meaning-making. Visitors became protagonists in front of the camera. Their captured data entered into a story in which the foreign started to approach, whereas one's own became foreign. Systematically, unsettling situations of a vis-à-vis were established. This, for instance, when the scenario of the projection of Marathon of the Animals shifts from one situation of a scientifically controlled X-ray scrutiny of animals to then suddenly turning around of the dogs who, with their penetrating, uncanny glances, meet viewers head-on, on eye level. A different vis-à-vis is established when the projection screen of Jonathan Resigno's installation 469 starts turning black on the visitors. And when it dawns on the visitors that the vanishing stripes on the canvas do not belong to some shiny abstract color field composition, but are the abstractions of a collective European horizon. Each stripe is a shot that has been taken by the artist at a border of the European countries. With each montage and demontage of cultural content, be it in an artistic setting, be it in an educational setting, be it in a social media context, an opportunity for remediation opens up. And this means, to frame it in the words of François Julian, and I quote, "Resources are not exclusive in the manner of values. They are to be extolled or preached. They are not to be extolled or preached. We deploy them or do not, activate them or let them fall into ischit. For this, each of us bears responsibility." For me as a curator, media art has its strengths in connecting and mediating between the two logics, the techno-pragmatic and the aesthetic. Georges Bataille, in his essayistic work, The Limits of the Useful, La limite de l'utile from 1976, found words for this, with which I would like to end and send out into the open to you. Quote, anything without a use is held to be base, devoid of value. Yet, whatever serves a use is nothing but a means to an end. Insofar as man adopts a utilitarian morality, we can only say that the heavens close in around him. He understands nothing of poetry. The sun, in his eyes, is nothing but a source of calories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. Also, welcome to you all here in the audience. I'm Janine Berger, and I will talk about the uses of mediation, going beyond art education, shared experiences of media art. Art education creates a place of encounter and shared experiences. In her book, that's not the first one. Thank you. In her book, The Participatory Museum, Nina Simon describes this in the following words. Imagine a place where visitors and staff members share their personal interests and skills with each other. A place where people discuss the objects on display with friends and strangers, sharing diverse stories and interpretations. A place where people are invited on an ongoing basis to contribute, to collaborate, to co-create, and to co-opt the experiences and content in a designed, intentional environment. A place that gets better the more people use it. Since 1997, ZKM Museum Communication has seen its task in creating an open space for learning, a gathering that enables an equal exchange amongst all participants. The very name museum communication emphasizes this exchange of information in that it makes no references to terms such as education and pedagogy, as these tend to suggest that learning situations are organized hierarchically and are narrowly focused on predetermined goals. The experiences, including aesthetic experience that people have, are important to us. For us, museum communication, in a sense, describes art education as process. We create communicative situations between artworks, visitors, and all those involved in the exhibitions. We see our task in initiating, facilitating, and moderating the entire process. The entire process in artistic workshops, guided tours, interventions within the exhibition space, or teaching training courses, which we have been organizing in cooperation with the Ministry of Culture for 20 years now. This open process of mediation resonates with Alistair Hudson's concept of serendipity, the happy coincidence that makes new, unexpected insight possible. This has been established in the work of my department over the last 25 years and reflects the overall direction ZKM's program is taking at the moment. Fellow Travelers is a great example. The mediation space museum functions as a central place of communication and underlines the participatory character of the exhibition. What does it look like when art education facilitates aesthetic experience? Let's take a brief look at our project NS in Karlsruhe, which has been running for 5 years. As part of a one-year history seminar project, A-level students researched crime committed during under Nazi rule in Karlsruhe. We enable the young people to translate their research findings into artworks. In this sense, to work as an intrinsically motivated these students to engage with their projects. The resulting exhibitions traveled through the participating schools and ZKM. Another example for our attempts to facilitate artistic production is our annual scholarship program Masterclass, now running in its 11th year. For 6 talented young people passionate about artistic creation, ZKM serves as a place where they can meet their like-minded peers. For a whole year, the focus is not on where they come from, but where they want to go. Accompanied by workshops in analog photography, video, sound, performance, and coding, as well as an individual mentoring program, they create a work of art that is shown in an annual exhibition in one of our atriums. Thanks to the support of the ZKM HFG Fördergesellschaft and the Schroff Foundation for this program, we have also been able to maintain a valuable alumni network. The intentions that these 2 large-scale mediation projects express shape all our mediation formats, our dialogue-based guided tours, our open workshops, and so on. Take BAM, for example. Our first maker space opened as part of the exhibition space in 2015. Inspired by Henry Jenkins' concept of participatory culture and Mark Hedges' The Maker Movement Manifesto, at BAM we offer open workshops where co-creative learning can take place spontaneously as no registration is required. The flexible coming and going of participants is an integral part of the process. The conception of these specific mediation spaces shows that mediation is always in productive friction with other concerns of ZKM, such as restoration, collection, and curation. In the future, it will be necessary to further develop solutions to combine the demands of mediation of the requirements of, for example, matters of restoration or insurances. These and many other questions were on our minds during our non-conference in spring 2024, where we explored the following question: what if educators took over the museum? The open and informal get-together at BAM has inspired us to further develop new mediation structures at ZKM. The exhibition Open Codes, Philipp Ziegler told about it, for instance, expanded and rethought the museum space and its traditional rules for exhibiting and the reception of artworks. Together with the public, local groups, and ZKM employees, alternative learning concepts were tried and innovative exchange formats made possible. For the first time, an entire atrium was made available to the public for meetups, workshops, and conferences, or just casual get-togethers in the middle of the exhibition, like meeting the Tinder dates, of course. Open Codes became a third space, a contact zone. No need to mention that free entry, free drinks, snacks, and a ping-pong table were key factors in this development. In fact, to give visitors a sense of well-being, regardless whether they are taking part in workshops or exploring on their own, is a central concern for our mediation approach. Thinking about places of mediation, we must of course talk about the digital space. We started our digital mediation program more than 10 years ago with the internet art platform Art on Your Screen. But our efforts took a giant leap during the corona pandemic. We created virtual tours, Instagram photo safaris, a TikTok channel, a 3-day live streaming festival, and interactive virtual exhibitions. One particularly noteworthy example of our hybrid workshops program is Kitchen Firm Lab, developed in reaction to the exhibition Critical Zones. Based on reflections on symbiotic existence, participants explore the art of fermentation online and at ZKM. This creates spontaneous communities beyond Karlsruhe, the networks through creative practice. In the last 25 years, mediation at the ZKM has changed significantly. I remember back in the 90s, as Gesche Joost also remembered in this one, having to explain to visitors the concept of an avatar. While digital media was new and unfamiliar back then, today it is an omnipresent part of our everyday life. It is predominantly social media that connects people, but also fragments society. In this light, the specific focus of my department on personal encounter and shared experiences gains its contemporary significance. In a very meaningful way, our task could be described as initiating other or different uses of media. Thank you very much. And on this slide, you can see our publications, which are all freely available on our website. Thank you.
Thank you, Janine. Thank you, my skilled colleagues. So, hello, I'm Jens Lutz, head of the ZKM publications, and I'm here to give you a brief insight into the department and the main topics on which we have been producing publications so far. More than 550 publications have appeared since the ZKM was founded in 1989. In 2008, we have created our own label to identify the publications which are produced at ZKM. It's called a ZKM book. As a cultural institution at the intersection of art and science, it was clear from the beginning that the ZKM would also communicate its contents and findings in the form of publications. Important publications on the subject of media art were produced at an early stage already, setting the style for the genre at the time, like the book Media Art History. The ZKM also developed publication formats that combined digital content with printed publications at a very early stage. In 1994, for example, the Art Index series. Even at that time, the international orientation of the ZKM was already very clear. Many of the books were bilingual, German, English, or appeared in German and English versions. The publications were originally produced in the institutes of the ZKM, the Institute for Music and Acoustics, which merged into the Herz Lab, produced a lot of publications and music CDs, and continues to do so today. However, in 2000, Peter Weibel founded a separate department to provide professional support for the growing number of publications produced at the ZKM. The department is modeled on the major European and American museums such as the MoMA, the Centre Pompidou, or the Tate Modern that all have special publications departments. So, our department works like a small publishing house. We are responsible for the conception, the organization, and editorial support of the most of the publications of ZKM. Some of our publications are used for teaching purposes, others have won awards for content or design. As a house for media art, ZKM has produced many publications in this field, of course. We published monographs on media artists, anthologies on media art, and numerous exhibition catalogs and brochures. Finally, media art works can also be found in the publications related to other topics. A whole series of publications on video art has also been produced in recent years, as well as books on research projects on preservation of media art, and that ZKM has carried out with international partners, such as the Digital Art Conservation. A number of publications have also been produced in the field of media studies and media technology. To name just a few, I show you the covers of a publication such as Siegfried Zielinski's Flusseriana, a glossary of 200 terms from the Will and Flusses universe, or the publication Yupik on Yanis Xenakis. By the way, one of the books we published last year, the one on the right side, the red one, Beyond Matter Within Space, was awarded gold at this year's Estonian Design Award just a few days ago. We have also produced publications together with our neighboring institution, the Karlsruhe University of Arts and Design, such as Potential Spaces or the Political Economy of Data. Publications like A Little Known Story deal with the history of electronic art or explore how the computer came into art. Media archaeology is covered in publications such as Allah's Automata, Artifacts of the Arabic Islamic Renaissance, or Dialogos, Ramon Llull's Method of Thought and Artistic Practice. Sound, performance, and dance have always been part of ZKM's program. Many publications have been produced on these topics. A very successful CD-ROM publication is, for example, William Forsyth's Improvisation Technologies. It appeared in 3 editions from 1999 to 2012. The contents of this publication were transformed to a website in 2023 and are now freely accessible worldwide. Many publications on artists and their work were also published in recent years. The ZKM has repeatedly staged solo exhibitions of artists who had not yet received the attention they deserved or who had been forgotten. The exhibitions and our publications help to bring them to the attention of the art world. Olafur Eliasson, for example, had his first major solo exhibition, Surrounded, at the Neue Galerie Graz and at the ZKM in 2001. What makes ZKM publications special and distinguish our books from others are the publications that operate on the intersection between science and art. These publications contribute very much to the reputation of the ZKM, at least in my opinion. The publications we produced with Peter Weibel and the French philosopher and sociologist Bruno Latour can also be summarized here. They have all been published by MIT Press and are among the best-selling publications that we have produced so far. We have edited a lot more publications dealing with social or political issues in relation to media and media art, as this also was a strong focus of Peter Weibel. We have worked in this field again and again, producing important publications that have lost none of their relevance today. Many of these publications have also been published internationally by MIT Press. The ZKM has been looking beyond the European horizon for a long time. We have repeatedly published work dealing with international positions and art scenes. An exemplary series of publications in this context is the project Global Art in the Museum, initiated by Hans Belting, Andrea Budensieg, and again Peter Weibel. Between 2007 and 2015, 5 publications were published. A number of other publications deal with international art scenes, for example in the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Asia, or Africa. Finally, I would like to show you some ZKM publications that have been translated into other languages. The importance of the ZKM, especially in Asian countries, is clearly visible here. So, this was a quick overview on the topics of our publications, but what kind of publications do we publish? The ZKM publication department works, of course, on books that appear in conjunction with or, as told, after exhibitions, often with different editors. However, the books we have published so far have not only reflected the exhibitions, but have also gone beyond them and dealt with the topic or the artist in detail. We also assist the curatorial department with the production of exhibition brochures. Besides, we also produce publications that are independent of the ZKM exhibition program. We started early to present our content digitally, first through websites, later through digital publications. These can be accessed through our website as open access publications with no intention of making a profit. The book you pick on Yannis Xenakis, for example, has been downloaded more than 24,000 times to date. We have thus achieved our goal of providing our readers with knowledge at little or no cost. In addition, the publications offer everyone the opportunity to get to know the ZKM, even if they cannot come directly to Karlsruhe. In what form and through what channels are our publications distributed? German art publishers for our German publications, of course. Publishing houses with a very good international distribution for our major English language books, like MIT Press, University of Minnesota Press, Hatje Kanz, Verlag der Buchhandlung, Walter und Franz König. And self-publishing for smaller publications and digital publications with or without ISBN. What are our challenges for the future? What are the current trends in publishing? What does publishing look like in the digital age? These questions are on our mind all the time, and we want to help to answer them. Publications with a scholarly claim contribute to the awareness of ZKM, especially among an academic, art-interested public. But, however, we want to address all people, and should therefore ensure a balance between sophisticated publications with a lot of text and academic standards and the low-threshold publications with nevertheless deal with relevant topics. Digital-only publications are important too, of course, mostly for anything that needs to be published quickly, e.g. conference proceedings. So, the question arises, is a print publication an obsolete model? From my opinion, not yet. Young people discuss their latest reads on TikTok. You probably all know it's called Book Talk, and they really appreciate this classical medium. And the demand for our publications is still there. People are also willing to spend money on a book. But the book should deal with a relevant topic, and it should be made well. Exhibition books, as they are often produced by publishing houses for other museums as quickly and cost-efficiently as possible, are not sustainable, in my point of view, as they disappear from the shelves of the bookshops within a very short time. For me, sustainability does not just mean using sustainable materials and producing books that are environment-friendly as possible. Sustainability also means for me that the publications will be of interest to its readers for a long time. Books that increase the reader's knowledge. However, our next goals are to intensify open access publishing and to take into account today's reading habits by, for example, commissioning shorter texts for forthcoming publications. So, there are so many more publications we produce, publications on sculptures, for example, Negative Space, or media novels from Norman Klein, or we also made events like a colleague of mine, Martina Hoffmann, together with the Penn Center in Germany, Writers for Freedom, and there are the publications that we didn't do, the publications we missed. Such a pity. Like a huge publication on the exhibition, Die algorithmische Revolution, the Algorithmic Revolution by Ika Schope. So that's it. I'll leave you now before it gets too boring and before you become too hungry. Thank you, and have a nice and inspiring day here at ZKM. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I hope you're all suitably overwhelmed. As overwhelmed as I was when I started, as you can imagine, and as Philip said, when you realize they've done everything. There's nothing left to do. But of course there is. The world keeps moving, the world changes, new artists appear, new technologies appear, and this is now in the train of our thinking. We've got a few minutes left before we break for lunch. So I did wonder if it was worth now just pausing if anybody has any questions or reflections on what they've heard for the last hour or so. We've tried to curve the seating a little bit as well to make it a little bit more congenial and less stage and audience. And I think, do we have any roving microphones? If they're available, if there are any questions or thoughts, kind of maybe let those emerge. But I think it's just worth repeating here, I think, is the expertise in the House you have just seen. The strength of the organisation is represented in the 6 amazing presentations you just saw, and thank you for rising for the 10-minute challenge. That was impressively dealt with. But it also represents, the whole body of people underneath those teams who are making everything happen. And I think also the challenge really also is not just about what we do, because there are always new things to do, but it's how you do it as well, and in what spirit you do it. And I think one of the questions we might have for this afternoon is, how do we continue and grow and capture the spirit of an organisation that, as you've heard this morning, is personified by such passion and enthusiasm for the work that everybody here does. And I also want to think about, and maybe there are some thoughts now about, in a way, what are the gaps and the blind spots? What have we missed? What are the publications we wish we'd done, or the publications we want to do, or the exhibitions we want to make? These are all, open possibilities. And I think today really is about opening up those ideas about what might shape us, push us in different directions that we haven't heard, and to make ZKM the open system, I think, that Janine talked about a little bit. So yeah, I don't know if people have are there any questions, any thoughts or responses? Gesche? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm super impressed. So that's that for sure. To the Hertz Lab, I'm super excited to learn a bit more. So artistic research has been around for a while, but at least what I know is that it's still kind of tricky also to get, the acknowledgements either from the artistic side and on the other side on the scientific side. How do you do it kind of practically? So do you offer kind of, can PhDs come here to do the research? Do you work together with other universities? Is it kind of really trying to build up also a kind of scientific hub here at ZKM together maybe with HFG? So learning a bit about practicalities would be really great.
Yes, we try to revolve around community. The scientific community on the one hand, but also enthusiasts, nerds, people in the open source community, people who are just driven intrinsically to do stuff they don't get appreciation for, or they don't have a monetary value attached to it. And we try to make these processes open, and might try to make our work open, which is what we all do at ZKM, showing our thoughts in publications, showing our exhibition results. And this is what HerzLab tries to do specifically, inviting a lot of different people. And specifically with the HFG, we are very excited that the state of Baden-Württemberg is now entering a new phase of allowing practice-based PhD programs to emerge. And I think Constanze Fischbeck, who will have a talk this afternoon, will maybe elaborate on this a bit more. And we are very excited to have our neighbors, the HFG, and to really grow into working together in this practice-based PhD program, which is the combination of doing research, scientifically based research, and artistic research. This is going to be a wonderful new chapter for us all, I think. And yeah, that's what we try to do.
Okay, are there any other thoughts on what they've heard this morning, or questions maybe they have for the team here at ZKM? I think in terms of those partners and affiliates as well, it's a moment now to sort of take stock a little bit about who are our partners and who we do work with. I mean, ZKM has an enormous, there's a map upstairs in one of our rooms of all kind of amazing networks and partners. But it's a time now, because we get so many invitations from. So I think we've had maybe 10 invitations from Korea in this year alone. But we have to select and choose and go with the connections we have, but also forge new connections as well. And that's a little bit where we're going with the kind of the Fellow Travellers project, is how to sort of design that as an organic process. And Jose Carlos, I think you have a microphone in hand.
Yeah. I mean, there are too many questions, and I would say that there are lots of exclamations. 790 exhibitions, 500 publications, and lots of other amazing things. Nevertheless, I still remind very well when this suitcase that I think Rudolf, you and Dieter Daniels were pushing forward with the Goethe Institute in the 90s and went over to so many places, because sometimes we think that the global means to come over many places in the world. I mean, it's very difficult to do a touring exhibition. It's extremely demanding and it requires a lot of funding, but to set up these suitcases was not that difficult. And they became porous and they went over to many places in the world. I remember that you, but also Miki Cuela, came to Peru, for example. So I'm just hesitant about the porosity of the term global within what ZKM does. And I'm not judging. I mean, the work has been amazing, and I think that most of us in our community, we admire the work that has been done. I think there is actually not that visibility of the enormous work that it's being done here. I think that's another thing that I'm thinking out loud. I was not aware about so many things. I think it's just an open question, besides so many exclamation notes that I made over what I was doing some notes.
But Jose, it'd be quite good if you could, in a way, expand a little bit on that in terms of, where you think that might.
I will do it in the afternoon.
Oh, okay. Okay, any more comments or thoughts? Rudolf, hello.
I basically want to point to, a huge round of applause for all the things you've done so extremely well for such a long time. Working in a major museum in the US now, I have become acutely aware of the fact that there is a massive, massive need for a place where artistic archives can go. Museums don't do that job. There are specialized archives like the Getty in the US, but there are very few that do that job. And it's such an important part beyond the actual artwork that artists have produced to understand, to contextualize work, and then thinking about porosity. This has to come with access to archives as well, and to provide an infrastructure and a service to a much larger community, but also to signal to a lot of really important artists, this is where your archive can go. And that, I know, is also tied to funding, because they won't give it for free, because they need that. That is their life's work. But I see a huge opportunity at ZKM for being that one place, certainly for media art, but maybe even beyond that.
Yeah, and that also comes with the need for people to process all that stuff as well, which I think Margaret highlights as well in her presentation too. About we have to think about how we structure, if that happens, which we need to do, about how we cope with that. I could see Stephen.
First of all, I want to thank all the speakers this morning. The presentations were really sensational, and even for those of us who are familiar with the work here at ZKM, it's incredibly insightful to have such generous and precisely worded presentations. Nevertheless, I felt, from a usological perspective, that there was perhaps an underlying discomfort around the notion of use, which is at the very heart of our discussion today. And the notion of use was not critiqued, but I did feel that there was some misgivings, politely expressed, around the way might be made for usership in a place like that, ZCAM. And I wondered if any of you would like to comment on potential misgivings with respect to what appears to be the new or the renewed thrust of the institution.
Or maybe I can respond to that as well. I mean, for me, it's always that, in a way, it's a word and a way of operating, or a way of looking at the world that's always been there. And it's really more about introducing this as a lens in which to look at things differently, or to reflect upon what is already there, and not to take away or replace. It's always about adding in a new framework that is, again, for me, comes from, as we heard in our first presentation by Professor Reck, it is about the way our knowledge systems of the world are constructed also in tandem with the technologies. And of course, kind of usership, always, they come from that culture. But there's also a play within that as well. And I think we have to remember that, you can talk about use and usefulness, but to what degree and how and to who. And you can also talk about misuse, and where usership is different from usefulness. And in a way, it's a constellation of terms and ideas that isn't fixed, but one in which you can add into the mix of possibilities as well, that allows you to look at the kind of the wonders of, we talked about artistic research being non-scientific, and that element of play. And, play is also a kind of tool that we employ from very early age, and that all creatures employ in a certain extent. So it's important that we have to, step back and not look at this as a kind of Starbucks rollout of, the idea of the useful museum, or however you want to phrase it, but a way of introducing different ways of looking at things, and different ways of connecting and relating to one another, and relating to objects and things and processes. So I think that it's important that that's kind of put on the line, that this is kind of it's a flexible, playful proposition that is introduced amongst everything else, rather than a kind of threat of a change to come. So that probably takes us, on that note, on that bombshell, as I said, into lunch at 12:30. We're going to have reflections from our Kuratorium members this afternoon, and then a longer discussion, which I hope will be fluid and energized. And I should remind us of the Mentimeter tool that's available as well. There's a QR code to scan it, so that can also gather questions, contributions, thoughts that we can then assimilate into the discussions in the afternoon and into our Kuratorium meeting tomorrow. So thank you all very much. Join us for lunch. Let's have lunch. We can talk amongst one another, and I look forward to meeting back in here at 1:30. Thank you. lunch, but we'll get started. So we heard this morning from kind of the inside story from colleagues at the ZKM of where we've got to now, and now really we're looking ahead, and we're going to have a series of propagations, contributions, suggestions from members of the Kuratorium of the ZKM in terms of signposting where we think we might go next, or what avenues we might pursue, or what best strands of what we do already could also be carried forward into the future. The afternoon, there's a break in the afternoon, and we're going to have a series of presentations in the first half, and I think we'll put those together and then have a discussion after that. That seems to be a better format. And Matthias Brunn is going to moderate the discussions. Taking notes already, I see. So thank you for that. But I will start by inviting Professor Gesche Joost up to the podium to address you all. Thank you.
So my input will be very short, and as far as I learned so much this morning. I just don't know what to add on that, but at least I try. So the title of my little input is "The Work of Art in the Age of Digital Generability," and it's so funny that Michael Resch was also alluding to this famous essay by Walter Benjamin. So I will start with this picture. In a way, it's a helicopter. It is a red helicopter. You see it against a blue sky in a square format, acrylic on canvas. It seems to be about to take off. The withered grass on the ground is blown away, somehow out of focus. At first glance, it seems like a scene you might recognize from any action movie, Netflix that you saw maybe yesterday night. At second glance, however, you notice that something is different, something is disturbing. The proportions aren't right. The helicopter's cabin seems distorted. The skids like bent wire, and the rear parts drift into something amorphous, round shapes. It somehow reminds me of a lobster. Perhaps it is not a helicopter, but an artifact, a hybrid between technology and a monster. What do we see here? It is AI, it is artificial intelligence. The painter Lars Teuerkauf created this work as part of his series Kim Novak Helicopter Crash, which caused a sensation at Art Karlsruhe, here in Karlsruhe, last year in 2023. He used AI-generated images as a template, which he generated using the prompts helicopter crash and Kim Novak, the famous actress, on the platform Crayon, and transferred it to canvas. His series of paintings are examples of the increasingly tense relationship between art and digital technologies. The new wave of Gen AI raises familiar questions with new relevance. Do these technologies abolish entire areas of cultural production, or do they open up new fields of creative expression? What fascinates me about this AI image is that it targets the apparently flawed nature of AI, the uncontrollable, which is revealed in the glitches of these early versions of Gen AI. We all know examples of the early Gen AI image processes, the strangely monstrous hands with an indeterminate number of fingers. This is like really insane, no? So why do they have like 10 fingers? The inability of AI to reproduce simple text in the image. So why, if you prompt, like show me a human being with some kind of written note, like whatever, ZKM on a shirt, it cannot do it. So why? Actually, one would think it should be like easy for an AI to show such a clear technical form of a helicopter, but it isn't. So certainly, there are still some really kind of basic problems with the technology, but they will be corrected in the following models. So we just have the next release of OpenAI. So we have some problems that are solved already. It is always a question of, as we know, sufficient training data, a question of optimizing the algorithms, and unfortunately also quasi invisibly in the background, the people who sit in poor conditions and with little pay in countries in the so-called global south and train these algorithms manually. They are euphemistically called click workers and crowd workers. And Kate Crawford, amongst others, points out this physical side of digital AI in her Atlas of AI. The exploitation of cheap labor, the exploitation of resources that we need for the hardware on which AI runs, the enormous consumption of resources and the CO2 footprint of AI. This is all kind of the invisible side of the house and the physical side of AI. At the same time, however, the question arises as to who is the actual creator of this image, the artist who uses the technology or the technology itself. Such issues have been raised time and again since Walter Benjamin's The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, so what Michael Resch was pointing out also, that he was writing in 1935, to which I allude in the title. Benjamin poses the question of the aura of the artwork, which can possibly only be felt in the original, and even back then referred to different media and reproduction processes such as print, film, or radio. Now we have lived through many more generations of media and technology since Benjamin, and the question of the aura has multiplied. Media productions, reproductions, remixes, contextualizations, NFTs, as also in the title of our series. And NFTs are, in a way, a strange hybrid too. They are digital originals, right? So this is a beautiful contradiction in itself. And they're constantly creating new signifiers whose signified is evaporating. So simulacra, as Baudrillard described them. So what is the work of art in the age of digital generability? So these are the fundamental questions that ZKM is tackling, used to be tackling and is still tackling. So exactly this is the sweet spot for ZKM. And now some reflections just, on the role of the ZKM. So first, ZKM is showing pieces of new media art, letting the audience tangibly experience them. Encountering videos like this one, I just brought a little video from Instagram with me. Maybe we can play this. Encountering videos like this changes our understanding of what we talk about in AI debates. It is not just a technology, not just data crunching, but is a new aesthetic that is possible, a new sphere of experiment and beyond limitations of form, physics, and convention. Second, ZKM is reflecting on the societal implications of the technology, on the potential disruption of labor, of cultural and artistic production, and therefore takes an interdisciplinary stance on new phenomenon, inviting scientists, activists, citizens next to artists and engaged into critique and into debate. Third, ZKM is accessibly to everyone, and it was very nice during the lunch break now also to see that ZKM is also just a place to hang out with excellent coffee and cake. So this is really wonderful what we need to see. So it's not only addressing an intellectual elite, but also inviting teenagers to hang out and do their gaming here, families to have picnic and enjoy the space, citizens to do workshops on 3D printing, school children to become inspired and learn about art and tech. So it has a broad mission to invite people from diverse backgrounds who might not be a classical target group of an art museum, because this is what we need today, to be able to join the debate. So one example, on the next tech revolution on quantum computing, ZKM is working together again with the Goethe Institute. So I was super happy to see that there are so many also year-long collaborations with different Goethe Institutes. So this ZKM collaboration on quantum computing is also really mind-blowing. It's really wonderful. They have a residency on exploring quantum through art and design. So being able to talk about quantum technologies, to experience it through the arts and not shying away from its intellectual complexity. And this is also, I think, something in this collaboration on, for example, this particular quantum program. This is wonderful because also when I heard about this program, I thought like, wow, quantum, this is so complex. With the first kind of categories that I hear about, right? So superposition and entanglement and all these principles. I just shy away because I think so super complex is nothing for me. But the opposite should be the case. The opposite should be that we really engage into asking questions and being able to speak about. And I think that art and design and places like ZKM together with Goethe Institutes are the places to, spark the debate and really engage into asking, exploring, experimenting with it, and also opening up new ways of what we might do with quantum, because it's still open what the use of quantum technologies could be. So this is some kind of sweet spot where ZKM is located. Fourth, ZKM is letting the audience, citizens, make their own experiences with the technology, becoming makers and co-creators. We saw the wonderful concept of the museum up in the exhibition of the fellow travelers. So, and also we saw the open workshops at the BAM Lab, which are open every Friday, so free of charge. This contributes to the digital literacy of citizens, which is so desperately needed, especially in Germany. And ZKM has a Bildungsauftrag here, which it fulfills beautifully. Fifth, ZKM is also adding continuously to global perspectives under post-European condition, reflecting on what is the discourse and practice of, for example, AI in China, in Latin America, in Sub-Saharan Africa. What are also different conceptualizations of these kinds of technologies? So how far did we get in the common narrative of tech solutionism, that the internet per se will save the world and make it more equal, that everybody can become an entrepreneur and have his, or maybe not her, garage? We should engage in the pluriverse. We contribute to its multi-dimensions, and this is leaving behind a colonial approach, an approach where we have the Deutungshoheit, but engaging into other worldviews, otherness and diversity. 6. ZKM is at the same time localizing the discourse, how it is rooted in Germany, in Baden, in the city of Karlsruhe. What are implications locally? KIT and HFG are good partners here, and we saw the Orchard project, which is beautifully kind of locating ZKM, very much rooting it here in Baden and in Karlsruhe. And 7, and least, doing the crazy stuff and having fun with this stuff. So I think that this is really very, very important, having fun at ZKM, what we saw here. So we all know ZKM has never been just a museum, just a research lab, just a place for education, just my favorite place to hang out. But it has always been everything, everywhere, all at once. This is the nature of ZKM. And when I talked to Alistair, we discussed metaphors for ZKM. And though that is not an institution outline and form that we have to define, but it's the process of turning things inside out. We just heard this morning the reflection that, we are so surprised that, so many things happen. So we know already that there's much happening at ZKM, but so many things happening in the background, in the labs, in the kind of underground. So it is this process of turning these things inside out. So making visible of what is happening inside of ZKM, and this defines the form. And therefore, maybe the metaphor would be of a sushi, of a California roll inside out. So let's imagine we are sitting in a huge California roll inside out with different layers and the best stuff you could imagine. And this is ZKM. Thank you so much.
Hard to see. Hello, dear participants of this symposium. I'm Constanze Fischbeck. I work as a professor of scenography and deputy rector at the Karlsruhe University of Arts and Design, the HFG, as we call it in short and in German. And I'm speaking here from the perspective of the university. Our art school was founded in 1992 as a partner institution of the ZKM. Heinrich Klotz, the founding director of both institutions, had the vision of two mutually dependent institutions: teaching, studying, researching, exhibiting, These areas were to take place simultaneously at different levels in both institutions, complementing each other. We have around 380 students studying in the departments that you can also see here on the slide, on the screen. The diagram is a sketch by our admired former colleague and communication design professor James Langdon from 2022. It is an attempt to depict the interdisciplinary study quality at our school. The contributions of the Karlsruhe University of Art and Design, the HFG, to the discourse in media theory and media art are diverse and cover several issues and areas. Therefore, I will give you first a brief overview of the range of the university's artistic and scientific work and its current thematic areas, and then move on to our currently most ambitious project, the postgraduate program. It was mentioned in short in the morning, which will be introduced at the research symposium entitled Shifting Paradigms. That's why the title of my input, where media art and theory is, of course, an important part. Our Department of Art, Research and Media Philosophy is currently represented by the following professorships, which you also see there on the slide. You can see it as like it's notice, yeah, it's not a poster. And Mr. Matthias Bruhn's professorship called Art, Research and Media Theory, it was actually originally called the Technical Image. Nina Zschocke is professor for art studies with a focus on digital aesthetics. Simon Scheik is professor of theory in the field of critical theory and media philosophy. The media art department focuses now more on topics which were previously not part of our teaching programs, such as, for instance, the concentration and exploration of other ecosystems, the inclusion of indigenous and feminist perspectives, and the examination of their archives, and also material studies in media art, or the study of code as it becomes visible in materials like recently in the last semester, sand and dust. A strong engagement with digitality is also taking place in communication design, until last year mainly through the Swiss design duo Johnston and Kingston, and currently with Professor Teresa Rolla and Associate Abdelhamid Ameur. The topic of research into other, lesser-known ecosystems from which we should learn more has become particularly visible at the ZKM exhibition, I Tell You, You Tell Me, with the installation Electrify Me Baby by our media art professor Anduki Jordan. She presents here again her concept of artificial stupidity, which allows for mistakes and unproductivity in order to readjust our relationship to technology and mainly to our planet. Is this richtig here? Yeah. Of course, my list is rather exemplary and certainly not complete, but the cosmos of research at our school also includes third-party funded projects, of course, such as that of our former colleague Matteo Paschinelli's project KIM on critical AI research, funded by the Volkswagen Foundation, and also I like to mention his publication, The Eye of the Master, A Social History of Artificial Intelligence, which was written during his time of the HFG. He's now professor at the Venice University. And current third-party funded projects, for instance, led by our professor Matthias Bruhn over there, comes later on the stage. For instance, projects on the situational digital image, also funded by the DFG. I think probably a lot of people know our biodesign lab is the follow-up project Living Library, which is dedicated to experimenting with and researching new and local biomaterials, and also to mention the Open Resource Center, ORC, which is dedicated to the topics of archive and digital infrastructure. Two more things I like to mention. Our online publication and publishing platform Umbau has replaced the older form of pure print editions. Every few weeks, new articles on theory, design, and art by teachers, guests, and students appear under a different theme each year. Yeah? Each year, one new theme, every few weeks, a new contribution online. The editorial group consists of teachers and students. This has also broken with former more vertical structures of publishing, as articles by students and professionals appear next to each other. Last mentioning, university members and alumni are strongly represented each year in the already mentioned great media art funding project of the City of Karlsruhe, UNESCO City of Media Arts projects. Just one example of a very convincing student collective project is the project A Place in the Woods, which also received this funding and which you can see on the slide. The collective was formed primarily from students of communication design and continues to exist as a loose group of artists. The special thing about this project was that it was a really genius combination of online and offline presence. Like it was taking place in the close Karlsruhe woods, and was same time a website, and you can still visit this website. It's really fun, and you have a slider which is like showing you the whole duration of 3 months of this project. I will now move on to the second part of my presentation, our plans for the postgraduate program and collaboration with the ZKM. In the future, these should form an overarching institutional umbrella structure in which existing and future research formats and their projects can be embedded and then share a common platform. This idea was already one of the founding ideas of both institutions. There were a number of joint projects and several attempts at joint research. For 2 years now, this type of collaboration has been developing anew. The special expertise of the HFG lies in interdisciplinary teaching and research, and we would like to contribute this also here, including all our departments. That is why you are seeing yet another graphic sketch by James Langdon. In the best case, I hope that this sketch is helping to understand what the interdisciplinary character of our school means. In the best case, the finding of the research methods will in turn influence teaching of study courses at the HFG. I think, and this momentum, and it was already mentioned before, where generational changes have happened and the state of Baden-Württemberg has finally announced a pilot phase of the Artistic Scientific PhD for 2025, which is a long-awaited development. 8 scientific and artistic professorships of the HFG are working together with Alistair Hudson and other colleagues of the ZKM on the concept for the Shifting Paradigm Symposium. Like many others right now, we are discussing our complex present, trapped in multiple crises, and about the fact that we need radical change in order to keep the future of humanity conceivable. An interesting thesis to our questions about transformed processes of artistic scientific research is offered by the concept of paradigm change, developed by Thomas S. Kuhn in 1962, which means that instead of a linear development in which each production of knowledge leads to an expansion and refinement, Kuhn claimed that science works within a certain paradigm until moments of discontinuity and crisis arise, which sometimes bring about sudden and abrupt changes without the possibility of reversal. Our aim for the coming symposium is to discuss possible transformations in the structures and the conditions of scientific and artistic scientific research. We want to analyze how paradigms in art and design are shifting in terms of research and production, as well as their dissemination and reception. Shifting, for instance, also beyond the digital, or from the interdisciplinary to the post-disciplinary, from the representative to the operative. We are concerned with more than just expanding the discourse to include topics and terms that were previously excluded or ignored. A paradigm shift means more. It means a detachment that becomes necessary when valid paradigms lose their explanatory power, when deviations occur that can no longer be incorporated into the explanatory models of the existing paradigm. The symposium itself and the ongoing practices of the Karlsruhe University of Arts and Design are attempts to create spaces in which ways of acting that respond to these problems can be explored. My personal wish for the future of the ZKM's work is to also make greater use of the potential of intergenerational dialogue with our students. I mean, I know that this is also happening. For instance, last 2 semesters was a great archive project, but I think it still calls for more. It can still call for more. And I hope that the Karlsruhe University of Arts and Design will open up more to engage also with non-scientific and non-artistic sections of the society, which addresses the important question of knowledge transfer in both directions. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Alistair and the ZKM team for the amazing and inspiring presentation in the morning. And I mean, thank you everybody for being here. Since this talk is very short, I thought it was better to start by telling a story that combines the topic that I'm aimed at discussing, namely the need to incorporate both alternative histories of computation and cybernetics, as well as indigenous knowledge systems in the history and practice of media art. The main character of my story is Brazilian anthropologist Darcy Ribeiro. So Darcy Ribeiro, his early career started by an extensive fieldwork among indigenous communities in Brazil. This experience led him to the foundation of the Museu do Índio in Rio de Janeiro, the first indigenous-focused museum in the world. Ribeiro was also actively engaged in the planning of the University of Brasilia, acting as its first rector. You have to think how to convince 200 academics to move to the middle of Brazil. And later he served as the president President João Goulart's Minister of Education, as well as chief of his cabinet. In April 1964, after the military coup in Brazil that deposed Goulart, Ribeiro went into exile in Uruguay, where he met Argentinian mathematician Manuel Sadowski, a pivotal figure in the development of computation in Latin America, who led the implementation of the first computer for research and education in Argentina in the 60s, a Ferranti Mercury computer named Clementina, or nicknamed Clementina. Sadowski believed that computation should be an instrument of liberation in developing countries rather than a tool of subjugation and domination. This argument resonated with Ribeiro and became a driving force in his intellectual work. Ribeiro's subsequent exile to Venezuela introduced him to mathematical modeling through the work of Argentinian mathematician Oscar Barsavsky. Barsavsky's methods of numerical experimentation applied to Latin America's social and economic reality aimed to envision possible futures, developing models for social welfare and creative liberation. Ribeiro's exile continued in Chile, collaborating with President Salvador Allende. We have seen the chair from the ops room. And though Ribeiro was not involved, it was during this time that the CyberSyn project, which developed a real-time information system for nationalized industries based on Stafford Beer's viable system model, was made, or was introduced in Chile, was developed in Chile. In the early 70s, Ribeiro traveled to Peru, the last stage of his Latin American periplus, and proposed the socialist military junta at that time the creation of a Center for the Study of People's Participation, or Centro as it was known, which aimed at developing a computational model of the Peruvian society, of a Peruvian reality, using numerical experimentation methodology developed by Varsavsky. Ribeiro envisioned the possibility of learning from the Peruvian experiment and applying it throughout Latin America. Centro's core objectives was to find technological and mathematical models for social development and analyze the possible effects of the reforms promoted by the Peruvian military government. And perhaps some specific endeavors focusing on network analysis and other modes of computer simulation. Most notably, the law of native communities and how it would affect the various indigenous ethnic groups was one of their projects. Models were based on qualitative approaches that analyze indigenous definitions of family, economy, production, land and resource, and sacred values of territory and historical rights. This was a radically different approach from the common practice at that time of setting reservations for indigenous peoples. So, what this history, or what this story provides, are two elements that help us to rethink media art and simultaneously challenge the practices within museums and memory institutions in the 21st century, which are how to incorporate indigenous knowledge systems and alternative histories of computation and cybernetics. Today, the use of data and technology coupled with artificial intelligence produces experiences that dazzle us, that lead us to imagine a frictionless and error-free reality. However, as it has already been stated, we already know that behind these systems lay complex and obscure mechanisms that perpetuate old structures of domination and exploitation. By imposing a dominant order of seeing the world, it also silently destroys languages and knowledge that have constituted through thousands of years and are the basis of which humanity has evolved. The great variety of languages, millenary cultures, and original cosmovisions in Latin America based on indigenous myths and stories help us foresee new logics for approaching the future, but also provide a critical and original, ethical, and somewhat challenging perspective when applied to the use of technologies. It is also about exploring other forms of multisemiotic, multisensory, and multivocal intelligences and knowledges. Other artificial intelligences, with S at the end. But these languages are also extremely fragile. Just in the Amazon, from nearly 300 languages, there are at least 150 which are spoken by less than 500 people. Considering that often the framework of existing automated and computational processes does not allow us to adequately interpret such languages, we should reflect on how to socialize and make these other knowledges relevant in the context of contemporary technology. Languages need to be seen as epistemic models that keep a culture alive. Several studies point out that declines in language diversity directly impact plant diversity, which enables the production of food and medicines, as well as allowing crops to be resistant to drought, pests, and climate change. But languages are also integral in some communities to healing processes through songs. Languages are based on complex taxonomies that are fundamental to human cognitive and social evolution. These taxonomies usually challenge the current established models of categorizations which AI models are based. Moreover, cultivating new epistemologies could address complex and systemic issues that emphasize the interconnected of all living systems and their environments. In works such as Juan Cortés' A Tale of Two Seeds, which reveals how agricultural technification driven by AI perpetuates a form of modern colonialism, he exemplifies how the imposition of genetically modified soya over amaranth erodes indigenous knowledge, favoring the homogenization of crops and replicating power structure through algorithms and hierarchical classification systems. A different example that may seem less media art is the Manto en Movimiento project that seeks to question the idea of repatriation through the production of new feather cloaks produced by members of the Tupinambá community living in Pindorama in Brazil. This was also shown, a version of this was also shown at the Venice Biennale this year. The new Tupinambá cloak was offered to 16 cultural institutions in Sao Paulo that agreed to receive it on loan with the condition that the cloaks should not be presented as a museum piece, but as an active and dynamic agent of the Tupinambá culture. Classifying the Manto de Tupinambá as a museum piece would assume that decolonization is merely a rhetorical argument. In this way, the Manto en Movimiento project aimed to question the institutionalized ways in which museums approach objects, as well as the complexity of classifying a living culture under what are considered universal schemes, which are, of course, imposed in museums' collections and that limit their semiotics, sensorial, and language classification. This is also reproduced when we discuss the history of art and technology. There is not just one history of media art, but there are several histories. Latin America played a significant role in the histories of cybernetics, computation, technology, and the art through works, experiments, and exhibitions, but are usually not considered or are being told in a fragmentary way, which fades local context. Pioneering exhibitions, works and manifestos were produced since the 60s and even earlier in the form of participatory art, real-time systems, happenings, information-based art, multimedia installations. Here are some works from Marta Minujín, Argentinian artist Marta Minujín, Chilean media artist Juan Downey, who lived in New York for a long time, and Peruvian multimedia artist Teresa Burga, only to name really a few of them. But there are other emblematic exhibitions. Argentinian art critic Jorge Glusberg opened Art and Cybernetics in Buenos Aires in 1969, and Brazilian artist Valdemar Cordeiro opened Artionika in Sao Paulo in 1971. These early exhibitions were possible thanks to the collaboration with engineers and scientists from local university. And this is, once more, just a tiny example of a vast tradition that continues today. Without a local or regional context, projects like Cyberscene might otherwise appear as an almost peculiar, isolated curiosity, a fetish that amplifies Stafford Beer's ideas rather than looking at the rich intellectual development of Chile at that time, or other computational projects as the one that I mentioned, Centro, or the one that I'm showing here, the Bariloches Foundation Latin American World Model, a critical response to the Club of Rome report, The Limits of Growth, which put forward a disruptive and an emancipatory proposal that sought to address inequality in a global scale. As I have tried to illustrate, the aim of many of these projects was to develop viable utopias, which are so much needed today. But for this to happen, these histories need to be studied as part of an interconnected context. This calls for a holistic and ecological approach to the development that is locally interconnected, globally and socially conscious, and environmentally sustainable. We cannot speak of universality, or, I mean, we've heard the word global many times today, universality in media arts, if we do not incorporate broader and diverse histories and challenge dominant epistemologies. The late Peruvian sociologist Aníbal Quijano, widely considered the foundational author of the decolonial perspective, stated how European culture, and in particular Western museums, became a model for universal culture through which the imaginary of non-European culture has been also constructed. The challenge is to think in a decolonial way in order to challenge our imagination away from one dominant perspective and one single view, one single worldview. Hence, epistemological decolonization calls for honest intercultural exchange of experiences and meanings based on alternative rationalities, multiple intelligence, and value for difference. To this end, and to finish, museums and memory institutions for the 21st century, such as the ZKM, must radically reconsider their practices by actively reflecting on who holds the power to classify, interpret, and contextualize knowledge. In other words, it is necessary to dismantle current hierarchies of knowledge and enable multiple epistemologies, not only to coexist, but also to nurture new systems of knowledge. Only in this way will museums become true agents of social change, capable of counteracting the effects of modern forms of colonialism promoted by AI and fostering critical vision. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gesche, and I'm very sorry that I'm not there in person, but I'm happy to be able to contribute a little bit to the Kuratorium. I also hope that I'll be able to be there in the future, in person, and to listen to all of your positions of my colleagues on the Kuratorium. And I want to thank Alistair and his whole team for inviting me to be part of it. So, in lieu of physical presence and a much more interesting debate, I was asked to record a short commentary about ZKM and the relation between art and media, and I wanted to throw a couple of ideas into the mix to see if they have some currency in the discussions which will happen sadly in my absence. I'm actually speaking to you from Serbia, from Belgrade, which is why I can't be there, obviously. And I think it's sobering to think when we look at the question of art and media, and certainly of media, that Serbia is 98th on the World Press Freedom Index, 98 of 180 countries, and is only marginally above Albania, Turkey, and Russia in terms of press freedom. So sitting here, it's a rather sobering thought of the quality of media, of the media that we have in Europe, at least in parts of Europe, and we should not forget where we are and who we're speaking to in that context. I'm also, of course, speaking a couple of days after the relationship between state, terrorism, and technology was very clearly demonstrated in Lebanon with the explosion of the pages and the walkie-talkies, and we are in the presence of an ongoing genocide in Gaza that we cannot forget, which is also being perpetrated through the sort of distant slaughter of drones and technology. So it's hard in that context to be celebratory about technology and media at the moment. So where do we go apart from into a slough of depression? And though tempting sometimes though that is, I don't think that's our responsibility. So we need to think about the long process that it will take to dig ourselves out of our current impasse. And we need to take inspiration from our predecessors. And of course, a museum, a Center for Art and Media like ZKM, is a place where those memories are cherished, where those memories are held, where those memories are retold and refashioned for the present. And in that process, I think it's useful to go back to some of the I don't know whether it's the origins of media art, because media art has many complicated origins, even going back to the 19th century. But there's a moment from the late 60s, probably up until the early mid-90s, where there's a certain idea of new media art which is grounded not only on technology itself, though that was part of the question, but also on certain emancipatory discourses. I'm thinking here of Roy Ascott's distributed authorship, or of the cybernism of people like Sadie Plant and even Donna Haraway. I'm thinking of Afrofuturism. I'm thinking of the political and social activism that was associated with many of the early media arts practitioners, the media artists. as well as, of course, the more formal aspects that we're experimenting with technology, which are certainly part of the story. What I find interesting is if we look back on those today, what's been fulfilled to a large extent is the immersive, the virtual, the internet experimentation, which was carried out in that period, particularly in the later 80s and 90s, in the corporate sector today, in the ways that those major oligarch and cartel organizations work in the virtual and digital field. But at the same time, those questions like Afrofuturism, like cyberfeminism, like distributed authorship, and many others, those emancipatory discourses are still waiting for a moment in the sun, if you like, to be part of the general debate and to be seen what it would mean to implement some of their imaginative proposals now. So I'm interested in what it would be for ZKM to look at that emancipatory discourse and focus on it, if you like, on the software of the origins of what was called media art, and maybe to understand that as being something that's now more crucial than the question of the hardware and what the technology itself per se does. Having seen the technology as technology becoming rampant, but also having seen the reduction in press freedom in a country like Serbia, and the increase in violence in many parts of the world, not only in Palestine, but in many other parts of the world, which has been perpetrated and always was a part of the relationship with technology and the military. There's no question that it was ever otherwise, but it's perhaps more extreme now than it has been in the past. And I suppose I'm particularly reminded of that because of the attacks in Lebanon recently. So where can we go in this situation, which would be to revive some of those speculative discourses that are in at least part of the origins of media art? And I think one way that I'd like to think about is to understand art and media as having a relation to this term mediation, or Vermittlung in German. To what extent could mediation and a story of mediation be brought into this question of technology and art? Art, not necessarily art as mediation, but mediation itself as a position in between, a position of interpreting, a position of negotiating, perhaps of protecting one side from another. I think there are also other cognate forms of discussion, of mitigating, of empowering, and negotiating, that I think might give an idea of where mediation could be usefully deployed to think about the focus that ZKM, for instance, could have in the future. It's a shift maybe, as I say, from a hardware to a software position. But what would it mean for ZKM to take a position of negotiating, mediating between the media and the citizens or the users of the center? What would it mean to mitigate the violent, the negative effects of our relationship to technology? To use the center as a place in which mitigation of those negative effects is actually discussed and indeed carried out, or to empower users in their struggles against corporations, because let's be clear that the techno-feudalism that Yanis Varoufakis suggests is already upon us needs to have its peasants' revolts. It needs to have places where we reject the very limited number of options that are given to us by the oligarchic feudal companies that dominate the digital space. And I suppose if we think about the other side of the equation, the art side of the equation, what art does is bring in the currency of imagination to these questions. So what would it mean for artists perhaps working together more to imagine forms of protection, empowerment, mitigation, negotiation towards the world in which we're confronted by this violent and relatively terrifying, certainly somber outlook for the European component of the world, at least, that we have around us. I do think there are artists that are working in these ways, that are thinking about how the imagination can be brought to bear towards protecting, empowering, negotiating, and mitigating. I won't give you a list, but I think Tanya Bruguera, who you're going to work with in ZKM, is a good example of this. But I would say that very few of those artists that I'm thinking about in that list, which I'm not going to share with you, but I can do later on, would think of themselves as media artists as such. Indeed, I think that category of media art, and it's important that ZKM is art and media and not the center of media art, that category feels to belong to a history that has become perhaps redundant or has morphed perhaps in and left behind a legacy which needs itself to be redirected. In other words, a retelling of that history, not around the technology and the hardware itself, but around the questions that are implied in the emancipatory content that I've talked about. I would hope for ZKM that it could wear that history lightly, that it could absolutely preserve it. That's important for all museums. But to re-examine it and reconfigure it in its narratives towards something which can focus less on the technology itself and more on this emancipatory possibility, which I see is part of the legacy of it. To focus on this emancipatory software rather than the technological hardware is something I think that would open up the opportunity for art and media to be, in a certain sense, more equal in relationship to each other. When we talk about how the future programming and the future planning might take place, that would be my interest. Can we understand art and media as two separate, though obviously related terms, in which art has certain capacity in itself? This is this imaginative currency that it brings to it. And the media is something which is critically examined, both in its technological forms, but also in its social effects, in its problematic control mechanisms, and in its military-industrial complex identities. That to me is an opportunity which is certainly in the history of ZKM and in the exhibitions that Peter Weibel did over many years, but it's something that I think needs to be more fully articulated and more fully understood as the topic. I hope that's a useful contribution. Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello to everybody. Thank you for inviting me. And I mean, while I was thinking about what kind of, talk I could bring on the table, I thought that might be interesting to put a focus on the relationship that we all know. We know the history, but it might be interesting to underline a little bit more. And this relationship is the relationship between art and innovation. That is something that it comes up when we talk about the relationship between art and technology, because of course artists using technology really the innovation somehow. So I want to start with this sentence, and this sentence is a pretty common sentence that we we say every day in a bar. We listen every day. Today the technology is coming into the world. It changed everything, and we live in a complex society because we have new media, etc., that change everything. And this kind of changing, this kind of disrupting attitude of technology that we think technology has, change contemporary art as well. So what is behind the sentence I mentioned before? It is this scheme. Behind this, we think that technology comes into society. We don't know from where. probably from this very abstract concept, which is the market. And it affects society and common people. And then once it happened into society, it changed. Artists can finally use it along with the normal people. You know, we think this is the background of our thought about technology. And many history of art and technology start from this assumption, you know, like, for instance, the video art, you know, the video technology arrived in the market in the 60s, and finally the video art might can born. So I'm not saying that this is not true, but I just want to give another interpretation of this background. So what is media art? You know, this is a very common sentence written by Oliver Grau, who is a scholar that you might know, and he says that media is an art form that uses the technology that fundamentally change our societies and play an important role in the reflection of our time. For more than 20 years, etc., media art critically addressed the vision of life science, projection on art life, utopias, etc., etc. So for Grau, and media art helps to reflect on our society. The idea of arts that help to reflect on society is a very classical idea of what usually art do. Is a very modern idea, you know, because art is something is that kind of discipline that help us to reflect. But when we start to talk and to engage artists working with technology, it's not a matter of reflection anymore. It's a matter of producing society itself, because they engage the technology that fundamentally are changing our society. So I think that we need to push forward a little bit this sentence toward a new interpretation and engage the concept of innovation into this into the relationship between art and technology. So we know just some very common, like a little journey into some very famous and common example that have been shown in the ZKM, and the ZKM have worked on this concept as well, like the Aspen movie map. This is a very famous when Michael Neymar and Rebecca Allen as well were let's say invited by the from the MIT for creating bringing a new idea of into the lead part, the engineer department. You know, they created this idea of creating a new map of interactive map of a city, and they created this Aspen movie map, which you know, if we compare to what we are experiencing today, they somehow anticipated the social use of technology for 20 years, you know, like what we have today with a Google Street View. But the example are many, you know, like the very famous Namjoon Paik synthesizer that an artist created, something that we'll still have in our computer today, you know, like the Ruth Edra, Vasulka, Ruth and some other artists, you know. So again, the invention of a new technology comes from an artist insight, an artist interpretation. Then another one very famous is the media artist Toshio Iwai that created with Yamaha Tenori Hon. So it was the first digital handmade, let's say, a digital creation of electronic music. You know, there are some 16x16 matrix of LED in which you can combine many different, you know, sound and creating sort of, you know, new what after was called the launchpad, you know, let's say. So today, like artists like Yan Chen, they create their own software to make their artwork, you know, and making the new software. I mean, for creating the Yan Chen work, you know, this kind of artificial intelligence, ever-evolving ecosystem. He created a company, and he created a software to make this work. So he invented somehow a new technology that allow him to create the artwork itself. So Okay, because I can't remember what kind of slide was after. So what I want to say that there are many examples of art and innovation over the history. You know, we can go back to where, trace back to the avant-garde in the beginning and seeing how many artists have invented technology and somehow read the innovation itself. But what is happening today is that this is becoming more and more systematic, you know, and you know it's becoming kind of a new field growing up, and this is evident. This proof is the interest of big company into the work, the relationship with artists. Like the Microsoft Artist in Residence, Microsoft created the artist in residence in order to work with artists. If we look at the claim of the artist in residence of Microsoft, it might be written by a museum, you know, like in order to connect together artists, science, and engineering, and reflect and create across the vast unexpected possibility and intersection of human culture, etc., etc. And the same, the Adobe Creative Residency, or you know the Google Tilt Brush, you know, and or you know the arts at CERN, of course. We all know this as well. So the question is, why would Microsoft need artists? You know, I mean that creativity has been important into the development of company as something that we know from the 80s. But for creativity, they usually meant like graphic designer, etc., but not visual artists or contemporary artists. Instead, now the innovation sector has started to be interested more and more into contemporary art and creating department, investing budget for, you know, co-producing new project, etc., etc. So I think that this is something, it becoming more and more systematic, and it became more and more, it's a new sector growing up that cultural institution start, and I think that needs to be engage this sector and mediate between the innovation and the artist as well. Because so if we look back at the example, at the scheme I did before, we can, you know, like twist a little bit this and putting the artist on the top of the creation of innovation, like a real like fostering a new idea of innovation itself, you know. So the artist can be an engine for innovation itself. So if we always interpret the relationship between art and technology from the contemporary art perspective, because of course we are all in the contemporary art field, it might be interesting to look from the innovation sector. So what the innovation would benefit from the collaboration with the artist, you know. And we can really create new synergies, and beyond even the example driven by company, and the cultural institution itself might foster the connection between company as artists for producing a new kind of synergy. So this synergy is not driven by a company, not driven by Microsoft, but driven by cultural institution that can protect also the work of the artist and can, let's say, protect even. Oh, sorry. No, it's the time is ending, so I'm almost finished. It also protect ethically the work of the artist, and this is an example. There are some examples in the past. But this is one of the most interesting that it happened in LACMA when LACMA wanted to create a new kind of program dedicated to the relationship between art, technology, and innovation, engaging artists with working with innovation and company. So I think that this is, of course, might be an interesting. I see this is what we were trying to do at SODA in Manchester, and these are some books about it, especially the Artist as Inventor was trying to investigate this kind of relationship over the history. But I think that it might be kind of a new roads that, you know, a cultural institution might open in order to create new synergies into a work that is growing more and more. So thank you very much.
Okay, good.
Okay. Okay, thank you everybody. We're going to have now 3 more speakers, and then we will have the Kuratorium in a discussion moderated by Matthias. Without further ado, I can invite up Professor Thomas Hertz from KIT to come and give your presentation. Thank you.
So can I have my slides, please? Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody. Just after the coffee break, it's a little bit tricky to be the first speaker after the coffee break after a long time. And I would like, first of all, to thank the ZKM for inviting me and also for having the opportunity to share with you my thoughts about the connection between technology, art, and society, and the role of museums in the transformation of economy and society, and the link to ZKM. I was very impressed by all the presentations from the colleagues from ZKM and also from my colleagues from the Kuratorium this morning. And I took 3 points with me, which I think fit very well also to my presentation of today. And that's the new alliances of art and science in the 21st century. The second one, the participatory museum. And the third one, the relationship between art and innovation, which is a very important topic, and it's very close to our work here at KIT. And I would like to start with 2 figures representing the challenges in the 21st century, where humanity is faced with climate change, raw materials, energy, and mobility transition. And perhaps you know, and you will read it every day in the newspaper, that we have a strong increase in water demand, in energy demand, but also in raw material demand. And last year, we have the highest amount of CO2 emissions of mankind. And therefore, the CO2 content has raised the highest value we ever had in our world. And therefore, and I think there is a strong need, and that's seen by most of my colleagues also from the science business, that we need a transformation of industry, but also of society by sustainable innovation. So therefore, transformation and sustainability are keywords which are very important, and I would like to make a link later on what that stands for in the context of museums and art. The impact of innovations on industrial and social development is illustrated in this figure, representing the so-called Kondratiev cycles, and showing that key innovations lead to new industrial and social development phases. And we have seen that during the whole kind of our history. And today we have, now we have entered the new phase and the cycle of digitalization and sustainability, two topics which have been mentioned this morning and also in the afternoon several times by my colleagues. And I think that's also very important for the work of the ZKM, and I will explain it in the next few minutes by a few more slides. Transformation and sustainability are two keywords and trends in the 21st century. And in the 21st century, we are facing major societal challenges which are linked to significant transformation processes in the economy and also in the society. And the process of social change that are taking place at the beginning of the 21st century are characterized by an unprecedented speed, which our anthropological foundations as human beings, but also the systems and structures of culture and education are often unable to keep. What is new about these changes? Because it's not only their speed, but the fact that the old, previously viable answers and reactions, action and solution strategies do not longer work. That means that we are faced with radical changes and we need disruptive innovations. It is therefore not just small steps, corrections, and reforms that are needed, but the real big transformation. And the major challenges can only be solved together across disciplinary and institutional boundaries. The transformations are linked to discourses and require a high degree of communication, taking into account technological, ecological, economical, and as well social aspects, as we have seen also in the context with the Kondratiev cycles. In this context, that's my personal view on that, it becomes important to look on art and culture in connection with transformation and sustainability. Art and culture ask questions, construct, reconstruct, dismantle, and design. We have seen several examples today. Science also asks questions, but follows different logics of action and frameworks. But there is an interface here. Sustainability is above all a cultural change in which it is important to question old patterns and habits and to get involved in new things. The aim is to revive cultural traditions and create new connections that can be starting points for innovation. The cultural dimension of sustainability has so far been given too little consideration in the sustainability discourse we have today and in the past with regard to the importance of the arts and aesthetics. Art and culture are predestined for change processes that involve breaking new ground, crossing boundaries, and exploring the unknown. Art and culture embody an attitude and provide a space in which images and symbols of sustainability can emerge. Changes are addressed by art and culture in a completely different way than by science. And in this respect, an active and diverse art and culture scene can get involved is an important driver for transformation processes. And we have this debate very often also at home because I'm a chemist, I'm a scientist, a natural scientist. My daughter is is now performing her PhD in art history, so that fits very well when we discuss about sustainability at home. Museums, and I think that's very important, they can be a very important place in connection with transformation and sustainability. Museums are of particular importance in this context as they are suitable for explaining complex interrelationships in a variety of ways and offering places for social debate. I was very impressed when I heard a lot of presentations from Alistair on that, from his experience in the UK, and I hope that we can also find formats here in Germany to do that. Museums are therefore places of history and innovation in an equal measure and provide a view into the past, and I think that's very important, and in the future, and that also makes a very close link to our activities at KIT. As a modern knowledge laboratory, and I like this word, knowledge laboratory, the Museum of the Future is a place where scientists from different disciplines meet and work together with other stakeholders in a unique ecosystem for the success of the great transformation of our time. Museums can contribute to a much more better way to understanding the opportunities for shaping change process and to make transformation processes more transparent and also more visible. I think that's a big chance also for the museums in the future. Just a few words how we address at KIT the process of transformation, what is KIT's contribution and formats, and also, and I think that's very important, and we have done this in the past in cooperation with ZKM. I would like to mention at least some examples how we do that by knowledge transfer. And I think one institute was mentioned in the morning several times. That's the ITAS, the Institute for Technology Assessment and System Analysis. And that is an institute who works very well together with ZKM. There is a strong link to each other. So I would like to mention that. The second one is, and I also mentioned the word real world laboratory is a very important format which we use very often for these transformation processes, and we have established a new format which is called Real World Lab Professorships. That's something which we have developed during the excellence competition in Germany, and that's a tandem of 2 professorships, one from the engineering side or from the natural sciences and somebody from the humanities. They work in the same lab on the same topic, and that is and we have recognized a huge benefit from this work. The third one, and I was very happy that ZKM, especially Alistair Hudson, has contributed to our Science Week, which we have developed a format also during the excellence competition, and last year we had the second one. That means we start in the morning with a conference, and to the evening we open that format to the whole society. That means we go at several places in the city and we talk to the people and we explain our scientific work. And last year it was on sustainability, and that's a very important topic because people from the society very often ask us what you are doing at university, why do you are doing that, and what is the benefit for the society. So therefore, we think that is a very excellent format. And the other one, and that's the last example from my side, is our open space triangle, which is very close to KIT, but not at the KIT side. It's in the center of the KIT, of the city of Karlsruhe at the Kronplatz. And that's also a place where we can bring people together from society, from industry, from academia, for debates about very important topics of the future. So, and by this, I would like to end with a motto which I think fits very well to that what we have discussed so far today and what we will discuss tomorrow. I think the best way to cope with the challenges of the future is to do it actively and to do it jointly. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I got in last night from California, here to respond to the California role that is the ZKM. I have other Maki roles to propose. All right, there's the beginning of my slides, and being the second to last presenter means that pretty much everything you were going to say has already been said. As Alistair has heard, we already did that. And so what I'll try to do is reinforce along the way some of the points that I was trying to make in relationship to the extraordinary points that many of you have already made. All right, it's a thrill to be here, to be part of the ZKM Kuratorium under the new leadership, the still newish leadership of Alistair Hudson. ZKM has, of course, played an historic role in incubating, exhibiting, promoting, conserving the ever-widening field of video and media art. And as we venture farther into the 21st century, it's entering a new stage, a new chapter, as Alistair said, and a chance to widen that reach that much more. It's entering a new stage, of course, because the world is entering a new stage. Its technologies are changing again. Its geopolitical sphere is changing. The economic landscape for the cultural sector is changing too, as liberal societies neoliberalize in an era of late-stage capitalism. And the ecological fragility of the planet has affected all sectors, as Thomas and also as Philip said earlier, including the cultural sector and those who live and labor within it. ZKM will change in response to these factors, but more importantly, it will have a chance to intervene in them, even innovatively getting ahead of them, anticipating them, in some ways to echo the kind of sensibility Valentino shared with us earlier. So it's with that sober and thrilling opportunity in mind that I find myself wanting to focus a bit on the relationship between video art and social practice, or what some call socially engaged art, or community-based art, or relational art, or useful art. What can we learn from pairing these two domains that each seek to be current and relevant? After Tina today, a commonality that is not about uniformity. What do we gain from pairing two artistic domains that are both hard to pin down categorically, that exceed the library science categorizations, to invoke Juan Carlos for just a second? And as a side note, what is gained when a cultural leader in social practice like Alistair Hudson is hired to be the next executive director of a venue committed to media art experimentation? So while Alistair might have a personal stake in those questions, I should say I have a personal stake too. My own background started off in theater and performance, and then moved into the visual art world, the so-called art world, in order to understand practices that were coming out of the frames and off pedestals to engage in time-based ensemble forms and so-called social practice forms. I wrote a book entitled Social Works that tried to grapple with some of those questions, and also this one, Public Servants, that considered artistic interventions in the domains of governance and the public good. But adjacent to that, I also began to cultivate my own interest in video and media art, Starting first with a book on media and theater, media performance, one that thought about the way that new technologies were changing the space of the theater, but also how the theater could be a space that redefined and resituated the effects of media on our lives. From there, I went a little farther, working in, for instance, with the Kramlich collection to retell a history of the video art field from within that collection, and also have had the chance to collaborate with Rudolf Frieling and Jean Ga, and now Alistair Hudson in a beta version of a platform we call Media Art 21, a site framed by Rudolf to be a follow-up to Media Art Net, founded here at ZKM. So for a while, I've been asking myself, what does it mean to be a performance person who moves to social practice, who moves again, turns again to video and media art? Are these turns significant? Are they really turns? Am I just doing the same thing, essentially thinking the same thoughts all along? So, having come clean about my own personal investments, I'll return to larger professional investments. And first off, I'll acknowledge that these domains, video art, social practice, are of course sometimes understood to be different from each other, and I'll take an inventory of some of those differences, even if I don't necessarily agree with them. One perceived difference might be in the purported commitment to presence and embodied relationality celebrated in some forms of social practice art. Its commitment to community, to locality, to site-specific interventions might look on the surface to be quite different from media arts interventions. Social practice looks analog in comparison to media arts digitality. And indeed, some have historicized the rise of social practice specifically as an antidote to our mediated lives. You could say next stage Richard Hogarth. It's offered as a kind of relationality, a really real relationality that has gone missing as we live life on the screen. Other differences follow from that perceived difference. For instance, it means that these practices have been historicized differently, with their own lists of almost canonical artists, their own techniques, their own lexicons and vocabularies, their own movements and sub-movements. It also means that media art practices and social art practices are perceived to have their own dedicated venues or wings of larger venues, committed to cultivating, say, screen-based art installation on the one hand and community-engaged practice on the other. The commitments of those venues have arguably required, and as everybody knows here well, a different kind of infrastructure. Museums, biennials, cinemas, public art organizations all around the world learn from venues like ZKM dedicated specifically to media art, learning from its mastery of old and new technologies, its archives, as well as the staff expertise necessary to preserve and conserve video art forms. Recall Margit's glorious presentation this morning. Conversely, some of those venues and others also learn from venues who actively support, deeply support socially engaged art. I'll list those that sometimes incorporated as part of their identity, venues like the Queen's Museum, the Oakland Museum of California near me, Manchester Art Gallery heretofore, biennials like the Liverpool Biennial in the UK, or platforms such as Pablo Helguera's Beautiful Eccentrics or Tanya Bruguera's Arte Utile grapple explicitly with the ways socially engaged art redefines the job of the curator, repositions the role of the audience, and explodes the space of the gallery, the theater, the park, the city, the plaza, the sidewalk. They also grapple with how the relationships of social relationality must be cultivated in time and over time. After Nina Simon, quoted earlier today, requiring staff expertise in relational exchange. So, explodes the space of the gallery, must be cultivated in time and over time, and its staff must be relational experts. Am I talking about social practice? Am I not talking about video art? After Janine's presentation this morning, I think maybe I am. Despite differences in canons, venues, celebrated artists, and celebrated curators, I still do find any opposition between video art and social practice somewhat fragile, and so for the rest, I'm just going to focus on some correspondences, provisional commonalities. So in some ways, we could say that video art and social practice have grown together, followed a similar timeline from an art world perspective from the 60s. In some ways, they have always been in each other's pockets. Indeed, let's consider both the social in video art practice as well as the video in social art practice. So first, taking up the first, the social and video art practice, well, let's recall right away Charles's presentation just a few minutes ago about the emancipatory that is embedded in video art practice. But I'll take up a very minor little chestnut, although a story that's perhaps told too often, the story of the Portapak, the then new technology that is part of a spine of any video art history. The ability of artists to create time-based, screen-based work with a handheld camera meant that the screen could become the material for a wider group of artists outside the so-called cinema, and it also meant that the same Portapak was part of the activist history of the period. It allowed citizens and artists to become socially engaged by doing their own newsmaking, making their own guerrilla recordings, engaging in forms of citizen journalism that sometimes doubled as publicly engaged art. The social is part and parcel of video art history, thanks to video artists, activists, and artist activists. And we can take it from the other direction, the converse, the video that is part and parcel of social practice. Indeed, arguably, social practice depends upon video, ubiquitously depending upon video just for its documentation. So many, as we know from the history, so many time-based so-called ephemeral forms do, of course, depend on video. Much of what would become video art started as documentation of experimental art practices. Now, we all know of situations where artistic teams put as much effort into the documenting of social practice as they put into implementing the tools of relational engagement. And those efforts then sometimes become most interesting when social practice produces a new form of video art. So I'm just taking one example of Suzanne Lacey here, an originator, matriarch, patriarch, fetid figure in social practice who very self-consciously organizes her work to generate compelling screen-based forms, such as those that appeared in Alistair Hudson and Rudolph Freeling's relatively recent retrospectives of her work, here with pieces Circle and the Square and A Cross and In Between. Let's press further and to more correspondences. I said above that the perceived differences in these forms and these domains means that they have been historicized differently. But is that always the case? In a super brief talk, I'll just suggest some of the ways that it's not. We could consider the relation that both domains have with the so-called conceptual, the conceptual in conceptual art. Recall Lucy Lepard's well-known framing of this term in the 1960s and 70s, where she elaborated the conceptual as, 1, a space where art is about process, and 2, where art is about idea, process, idea. As process, art left its familiar object status as painting and sculpture, jumping off those walls and pedestals to generate durational, time-based experiences, and often actions that engaged actively to generate durational, engage actively with the political unrest of the time around feminism, civil rights, the Vietnam War. Arguably, both video art and social practice stem from this move to process, or are perceived to, from an art world perspective, allowing time to become a material on screen in media art, not only with Akanshi, allowing social action in the world to be propelled and propel social practice of art making, not only with Merle Latterman ukuleles. The same, you could say, goes for the elevation of the idea in conceptual practice. Arguably, the idea, the ways in which a conceptual frame puts the object of attention into a kind of quotation marks. That notion of the idea is what distinguishes video from video art. It's what distinguishes mass media from media art. The latter use the category of art as a vehicle for critical investigation. It's an avant-garde legacy, of course, for exploring its impact in our lives and our habits of perception, bringing perception into view as an object of attention. So we're viewing ourselves viewing, thanks to the frame, the conceptual frame of the idea, not only in Namjoon Pak's TV eyeglasses. Arguably, the idea, though, is also what distinguishes social practice from everyday sociality. Say, a la Tiravanija's untitled 1990 Pad Thai. It's also what distinguishes social practice from the sociology of activism. The former uses the category of art, again, as a vehicle for reflection, for bringing the ambiguities and paradoxes of ethics, of ethical relations to critical attentions, and for investigating the nature of sociality, thinking deeply about the nature of sociality, sometimes even in digital media forms, a la Miranda July and Harold Fletcher's Learning to Love You More. The histories of video art and social practice overlap in other ways, including in the ambiguities and paradoxes they faced and continue to face around issues of dissemination, preservation, their economic models. There have been many conversations in both domains about whether the museum or the art world in general is truly the best platform for either video art or social practice. Isn't it better in a different kind of venue? Isn't the other better in a community organization? But let's recall that there is another way that these questions end up being answered in a way that helps us see how video art and social practice end up in each other's pockets, sort of needing each other in different ways. You can recall, for instance, the community-based impulses that were behind Howard Wise and his decision to turn to explore the promise of cable television, the democratic promise of cable television for supporting and disseminating what felt like the democratic ethos of video art as a form. We could say an early version of its emancipatory potential that some hoped to find if cable television had turned out to be the means of dissemination. While the apparatus and funding model of the museum and the collector proved to have more staying power, we'll see if it still does, the community ethos of video still exists in productive tension, we could say now, with the museum apparatus, in ways different from, but sometimes similar to, the ways that the community ethos of social practice exists in productive tension with the museum as well. I'll move on. Video art and social practice enjoy and endure a shared, if not a uniform, tension in their economic models. How are these forms funded? By commission, by civic and cultural grants, through purchase? If purchased, what is purchased and how? Is it through ticketing? Is it through subscription? Or maybe through that odd form of artificial scarcity that we call the limited edition, the one that exists in tension, where we both forbid certain amount of copying in order to produce a kind of economic rise and feeling of scarcity about what we're making. In so many cases, the museum and art world has supported the fragile economies of video art, but arguably it also supports these fragile economies of social practice too. Many social practice artists plan ahead to sell photographic and filmed editions of their work to museums and collectors in order to fund the next project. So we'll see, will the limited editions continue to function, especially as copying after AI, after the presentation earlier today as well, ends up compounding what it is to copy, what it is to produce and circulate work that may not even have had an original in the first place. So, like all of our brief interventions, my thoughts are necessarily very schematic. I went down to some very, very basic references in order to bring them to the fore and see what happens when we put them in comparison. I'll close by saying that the schemas are also a bit of a love letter from me to both domains, speaking as someone who loves to think most about art forms that resist neat categories, that resist the categories of the library, indeed that expose the hazards of some forms of categorical thinking. Like my first love, the domain of performance, I love thinking about video art and social practice because they do not fit into neatly inherited categories, and in fact provide us the chance to do a kind of counter episteme, a la Thomas Kuhn, and sort of bring the limits of our categorical thinking up into the fore. I love thinking about how all these forms are like and unlike painting, like and unlike sculpture, like and unlike cinema, like and unlike everyday acts of watching, listening, conversing, and connecting. If they share a kind of equivocality, I'll say a productive equivocality, perhaps they might also share a productive future, if there is a future. Social practice artists are grappling more and more with the digital as a field of relationality, not only as a non-relation, as a antidote to the non-relational space of video that we have to escape from. Video art, too, is grappling more and more with a new round of potent political issues around human rights, populism, neoliberalism, as well as climate change, again, as we heard Thomas and Philip say earlier, including the perils of its own ecological footprint. So I'll close my tiny little love letter by hoping that each of these domains in this future can address their futures together, can address these networks of challenges together, hoping that each of these domains might come to love the other more. And I have to say, with Alistair here getting to work with people like Margit, Philip, Janine, Annette, Costanza, Tina, and Jens, we might have the opportunity to realize that love, a critically remediating love, has always been here. Thank you.
Friends, fellow travelers, periodically, every year or so, I find it useful to take stock of some of the more salient recent developments in the highly dynamic field of useology. Our meeting here today, under the heading of Uses of Media, in close proximity, spatial proximity to an exhibition, or perhaps more an atmosphere called the Useum, a thought-provoking neologism that somehow says it all, seems an ideal setting for such a rapid survey. As you know, useology is the extradisciplinary science dealing with the ways and means of use and usership, the study of how use is made. The fact that use is made, that we make use, rather than something immediately given or available, is at the heart, the raison d'être, of useological inquiry. It was only with the rise of so-called social media, which is, in fact, usership-fueled media, not social at all, that usership came to be broadly acknowledged as the principal site of surplus value extraction in the contemporary economic remit. When we make use of some social media platform, for instance, we, the usership, produce value. Indeed, usership is the only source of the value produced. In other words, usership is neither consumption nor production, though it shares features of both, but rather displaces and replaces that binary. From a political economic perspective, usership names what useologists argue is our century's principal collective subject, comparable in terms of value, content and information and affect, to the 19th and 20th centuries proletariat. Although usership is in almost every sense different from the proletariat in terms of collective subjectivity, it shares with it that it is the site
of surplus value production and extraction. This is crucial and laden with potential because usership also stands inherently opposed to three stalwart conceptual institutions in our contemporary world: to the institution of ownership, which is a huge issue, and the site for much useological dynamism, activity, and reflection; to the institution of expert culture, sometimes referred to as the global epistemocracy, the often chauvinistic monopolization of knowledge by a self-legitimating elite who seek to normatize and control use, ultimately a vain endeavor, for usership is inherently and by definition self-regulating. And this is, of course, a crucial issue in any institution, and particularly one configured like the ZKM. Making way for usership in art-sustaining environments, such as the ZKM and others, allows users to rethink and retool ownership structures and protocols, as well as embedded hierarchies of knowledge. It is above all, though, or at least most immediately, as a challenge to the conceptual architecture of the art museum itself, premised as it is on showcasing and preserving art, characterized through its purposeless purpose and oriented toward disinterested spectatorship. Much useological inquiry of late has been devoted to the paradox of what some call the Museum 2.0, where value is produced by museum users, hence the obsession with audience numbers. These users are never remunerated, but rather merely subsumed into the institution of spectatorship, albeit as rather restive ones. In recent years, here and there, we see museums self-consciously making way for usership toward what has been described as the Museum 3.0. Useologists tend to measure this shift by considering a tangible lexical shift in terms of the vocabulary used to describe their ambitions and outlook, as evidenced, for example, by the title of today's meeting. Within a Museum 3.0 framework, the case for remunerated usership comes to the fore. Not necessarily monetarily remunerated, but why not? But at least through an acknowledgement of the user-generated value. But let me turn now to what has recently and increasingly become the most dynamic field of useological inquiry, the other-than-human usership. 10 years ago, usership, insofar as it applied to anything at all, meant human usership. It would have sounded redundant to speak of human usership, akin perhaps to speaking of human philosophy or human politics. But suddenly, or at least it feels sudden, someone like myself who studied human philosophy and human sociology and human art at the tail end of the 20th century, none of these terms sound quite so jarring anymore, just thought-provoking. Berlin-based media artist Zheng Bo, originally from Hong Kong, produced a fascinating project entitled The Political Life of Plants, 2021, where in conversations with human life scientists, he not only makes a convincing case for taking seriously a vibrant political life in the vegetal realm, but he underscores how much more successful phytopolitics are than human politics, how much more successful plants are in collectively managing their interests than humans. The reason for this success over some 250 million years is that in making any vital collective decision, a forest takes everything, every single factor into account. In human science, over 98% of peer-reviewed papers isolate either one or a maximum of two factors for analysis of any given situation, filtering out the full complex of other factors. Human politics is similarly fond of focusing on a single factor to the detriment of the rest, with the consequences that we regularly see. Forests, of course, cannot isolate single factors. This is their very real intelligence. They have to take every factor into account. In short, useology has moved from its anthropological origins to an Earth systems perspective. Other than human agency and usership has been analyzed in two different, even opposed spheres: artificial intelligence on the one hand, and the agency of other than human life forms on the other. Artificial human intelligence has, of course, been of particular interest within the zoological community and beyond. Some zoologists have come to refer to AI as AHI, artificial human intelligence, because it is fueled exclusively by the extraction and aggregation of data yielded from human usership, and as such is not really other than human at all, but rather superlatively human. On the other hand, largely in the wake of various forms of Gaia theory and the broad dissemination of the work of Bruno Latour and Lynn Margulis, amongst others, there is a growing acknowledgement of the agency of all life forms, the political agency, but also the aesthetic and, why not, artistic agency. It seems unquestionable that the major art historical and art critical challenge of the coming decade is to recognize the full-fledged artistic agency of animals, plants, and biogeochemical features of the biosphere, such as rivers. Here I'm thinking of Brian Holmes' collaborative work on fluvial and riverine cartography from a holistic perspective. This is of utmost interest within the zoological community, precisely because, as some zoologists have pointed out, it may well be that usership is the common determinant, the common core of all agency across the realm of species. It is, as users of a given territory, as all those who make use of some terrain or some territory, some space-time, that we find common ground with other life forms. For several years, I worked as a human farmer, experimenting with permaculture on an organic vegetable farm in southwest France that I ran with my partner, Tamarind Rossetti. In doing the farm work, we came to develop an unusually broad definition of what a farmer is. All those who make use of the land, the human usership, but also vegetal, insect, animal usership of the land, the worms, the mycelium, the trees, the pollinators, the microperformativity of the microbiotic or the microbial agents at work in the fields and in the forests and in the wine bottles. Tina, this morning, showed a beautiful video clip of mycelium growing from a Hegel farm. Growing from a library, a book of Hegel used as a substrate for a mushroom farm. All libraries are full of mushrooms, but this happened to be a particularly accelerated case of the dialectics of mycelium. And Tina didn't mention it, and I thank her for bringing up that example, but the oyster mushrooms, which the Hegel library yielded with very bountifully, were consumed in the course of a philosophical banquet, and the mushrooms that had assimilated Hegel were assimilated by the guests at the banquet. One soon learns, as a farmer, that the best farmer is a plant, because it requires a habitat even as it provides one. But the wetland we need for many crops are fashioned by the architectural agency of beavers, perhaps the most robust users, and as such, transformers, of the landscapes and riverscapes of Europe before their virtual extinction in the 19th century, precisely because they were competing with human users for the same landscape. From a zoological perspective, a landscape is a farmed environment, farmed by all those species that make use of it. An atmosphere, the air in this room which we share and breathe, the ambient ambience, is precisely that, a farming of the atmosphere by its usership. So this expanded understanding of usership, which is no longer human-specific, but all user compatible. And it has been pointed out by Paul de Vautour and others that compatibility has replaced specificity as the key operator of art practice today, at least when practiced from a useological perspective. That it obviously has massive implications for institutions like ZKM. When use and usership is appended to art and to the atmosphere in which it takes place, something imperceptible but highly consequential happens. Without necessarily changing size, art changes scale. It moves up from the reduced scale of objects of aesthetic contemplation to the operative one-to-one scale. It is now much more broadly acknowledged than it was, say, 15 years ago, that art can, or perhaps should, have use value, and that this is by no means necessarily instrumentalizing. That we need not fear to make way for usership in our institutions. We should fear not doing it, But acknowledging the artistic agency of other than human users does remain a challenge. Perhaps even more of a challenge than recognizing their political agency. There is a very deep-seated and widely shared prejudice in Western metaphysics that fundamentally separates culture from nature and thus inhibits seeing what flowers do, what rivers do, what beavers do, what grasses do, what birds do, as availing of artistic agency. It all comes down to intentionality, we're told. It may be beautiful. Natural beauty, after all, is a thing in all aesthetic systems contrived by humans, but it is void of intentionality. This argument was widely used within the scientific community 20 years ago, as Lynn Margulis has usefully pointed out in Symbiotic Life, to discredit the idea of Earth as a self-regulating, life-like system. Not life, but not life. But relying on the intentionality argument alone is a pretty shoddy way of upholding the human monopoly on artistic agency. Art, or media art, means precisely whatever the community of language users holds it to mean, since it is through the usership of language, and nowhere else, that meaning, all the meaning that there is established, stabilized, and shifted. But let's concede the point. Let's say it's not art, in the strenuously ontological sense that specific practice has taken on in late modernity. But it is not art. Its coefficient of art is as high as we want it to be, and it constellates and assembles as many of the components of art as we care to acknowledge. It may be that the useological turn is pointing us exactly in this direction, away from the anxiety of art and its opposite, toward making use of what is not art. Thank you.
Now finally I enter the stage. There was a little misunderstanding or confusion in the program, so I was not supposed to moderate the entire event, but only this final round here. I think we are even a bit ahead of our time, it seems, so we have plenty of time for the discussion, both with our distinguished guests as well as with the public here and online. So before we do that, I just give you only a very brief, like 1-2 minutes remarks, and then we should all be here on stage once assemble here. First of all, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for all the presentations, for the participants so far. Thank you to the ZKM also for having me here for this final round. I don't want to do any summarizing now, or at least not yet. I think that's not necessary, and I also don't want to abstract what has been said so far. What I will do is just very briefly rewind the tape So you will listen to what we heard so far, like in a very high speed, and you will find your own voices a bit distorted and the sense of what you said very much condensed. But it's just keywords, only to go back, and so that we do not just start with the end and then perhaps roll back, but have an overview of what we said all over the day. So we heard that the computer is human-made. It is a social being. It's part of a society. Simple, plain, but very true. We learned in the second presentation that ZKM is a space with particular social qualities that must not be underestimated. Although it's a center of media arts, it's also a public space. We learned that we may be witnessing a more profound intellectual shift that requires universities to adapt and perhaps to redefine what research is, or collaboration, or science. We learned that AI, or networks, are not just a technology, but they may be open to alternative and viable utopias. So perhaps one should take the word open AI a bit more literal, open to everything, and not just meaning universal AI in terms of a Western knowledge system. We heard online, remotely, that we should emphasize the word art in media art, and also never forget that there is the artistic core of it, which also means that everybody dealing with art takes part in some kind of political negotiation, which automatically turns the ZKM into a political space of mediation. So not a media museum, but a mediation museum in a way, if a museum at all, or not a place of presence. We were informed that there are ways to tap, perhaps smartly, a bit more smartly, to tap the artistic intelligence out there for the production of a new society. So innovation is not just a technique in economic terms, but it might be redefined by a smart use or innovative use of innovation. It was a bit hard to keep pace with it and to read now what I've written manually. In the final two presentations, we learned a very lot, although it was just a few minutes, but we learned a lot about the fine distinction between technology and tech art, technology and the use of technology, the social use of technology, with, in case of video, interestingly, the social use of that medium is often a private or personal use, so handheld video cameras that enable people to do things that are perhaps not even supposed to be done with that technique. And it turns out to be a very, let's say, it has a potential that may be unexpected. And finally, we learned that we make use and perhaps can even use the making in a more intelligent way and on an ecological and planetary level. So these were all contributions to the question in how far ZKM has options for the future, different ones that somehow involve the term media art, somehow redefine the term media art, somehow deviate, and somehow perhaps explode it and turn it to something new. Like playing with the word, is this a place, is this a media art museum? Or is this a museum of media art? Is this a medium of a museum? Is this a place of the art of the museum? Or the medium of the art of the museum? So we can play with that as you started to do with ZKM's name. And I think we learned, in the final round, we learned a lot about the fact that a place that deals with media and media art is not only a place that stores media art, but that is about the medium as such, which is us. So I would like to invite everybody here on stage. We will have a first round with our guests. We are equipped with microphones, so I think there's 4 of them that should do for us here. And so I would then also ask the guests here to perhaps, if they have ideas to share or want to make comments on each other, that we start with that first, and then after that round also open to the public directly. We have plenty of time. So could I ask everyone to come to the stage? And of course, choose your seat as you like. While you do that, I could just continue talking for a second while you install yourself. I think there's no order here, like there's no kind of order we have to follow. Perhaps we also have to range. Do we have enough seats, by the way? Is there one missing? None. Does it do? Yes, it does. No, Constanze, and then, well, I would stay here. Yeah, is that okay? Because then, okay, I do one final remark, and then I hand over to you, perhaps. I think that's the best way. We do this spontaneously. Because when I came here, when I was asked to do the moderation, I also had to position myself and ask myself, what is my understanding of media art, of medium? What do I teach? What do I do here? I'm a teacher with Constanze Fischbeck, my colleague teacher here at the University of Art and Design. And media theory is one of my fields. And then I thought, well, I can do very well with the term of media art in terms of new media, meaning media that have some kind of industrialist background in the terms of mass media with a technological core. When I speak of media in that term, I do not speak about oil color, but about oil paint, oil color that comes in tubes. So about industry and about participation, about capital, and of course everything that is involved in that, meaning an emancipation. For instance, do everybody get his or her share? About avant-garde. Do we use these media that somebody else has defined? Do we do that? Use them properly? Words like application. Do we apply them or can we reuse them? The word application as such, it's a 19th century term. It is already inscribed in that theory that somebody produces technology and somebody else is supposed to do something. In a conservative way or an avant-gardistic way, in an emancipatory way or in a different one, like a depending one. Innovation, revolution, all these terms are somehow connected to the idea of technology and media, or mass media. So if we take that for granted, then the next question would be, where do we stand now? Because we are at the end, in the way, of that long cycle of industrial revolution. And are we now in the phase of a digitalist order, like socialist, capitalist, digitalist? Or are we about to enter a phase of phytology, like plant world, the world of the plants take over biology? Ecology, is that the new order, the new utopia in a way, the planetary scale? I think that is where we stand, I think, and that's where the door is wide open and not closed, very wide open, and that gives us the chances. Perhaps to hand over, that would be a moment, right?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, also thank you to all the curatorium who presented to us this afternoon as well. Extremely grateful, incredibly thought-provoking. And I think one of the challenges that immediately sets itself is we've seen positions which are all valid and that are all relevant. And I think that the challenge for us as an institution is how to accommodate all of these perspectives simultaneously and to grow an ecological environment that sustains them in interesting ways. Because, in a way, none of these things should be dismissed. The question is, in a way, how, through our process of working, we make an institution, again, which is, we consistently say that ZKM is not a museum for all its defining characteristics, despite the fact that it has a lot of the behaviors and characteristics of a museum, and the word museum appears continuously in its discourse, that it willfully resists being like other institutions. And for me, I think the important thing is that we continue working through, and it seems to me that the history of ZKM, as we heard from our colleagues this morning, has been a continual working. It's a continual process and evolution and a process of making, actually. So I think somehow we, as an institution, with the guidance from the Kuratorium and the intellect from the members here, is how we continue to make an institution that is working through these ideas and working with them and creating, in a way, a kind of an ecological construct of museology, we might say, around the media that are of our interest.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I also think that So an interesting task is, if we heard also this morning, the vast majority of layers of content, of concepts that are ZKM already. So to build on that and embrace this, I think this is beautiful, but also kind of a big challenge as we heard today. And I think that the term of media art now has also multiplied through the inputs that we had today. So how do we engage into, for example, the non-human uses and into social practices and into innovation, into the global, also a post-colonial perspective. So I think that these are great opportunities for topics to continue the narrative and to engage people. And I also raised for myself some questions, kind of on a very pragmatic level, like how pop do we want to be? So what is something that triggers people to come here and feel that they should be part of this discourse and just to kind of hang out and do stuff. So what, for example, in Berlin happens quite a lot is, one example is the Haus der Kulturen der Welt, so the HKW, where we met in the opening. So this turned kind of upside down. So they do yoga classes and drum sessions and cooking and all this kind of stuff. And so no matter what exhibition or whatever is on, you want to be there because something's happening anyhow. So it's just a kind of party thing. I don't know whether this is a direction where we say like, whoa, yeah, this is something that needs to happen here. And in a way, some parts of it are happening here with the BAM Lab, for example. And I think the challenge is to span the kind of all the intellectual discourses that we have here with a kind of pop approach and hang out with people and kind of social practices. I think that this is something that I also took for me for this institution, also in a post-corona, timing where everybody is at home still in a way. So maybe as a comment from my side.
Yeah, but I think we also, as an institution, have to be specific around or conscious of our immediate geography and location and culture as well. I think there's a tendency in the art field, in its kind of turning Europe inside out, post-colonial discourse, etc., to kind of exclude the traditions and the values and the cultures that are also local here. And I think somehow there has to be a way of doing it which opens up in the way that Jose Carlos, for example, signposts towards, but also includes the peculiarities of Baden-Württemberg in that, and also the Germanic attitudes towards the scientific and the artistic and those hierarchies that are present, and how people view ZKM and how ZKM operates is part of that too. So if we just became a fun palace, then it wouldn't be the appropriate fit to where we are. It would be it would just be a fun palace like any other fun palace and lose all of its kind of integrity in a way that's built up over the years. So there has to. I mean, I also come from like an Anglophone tradition of where the best scientists were always the best popular communicators as well. And somehow there is always, in science, there's the sweet spot. If you think about, Richard Feynman, for example, or, these kind of characters, that they're incredible communicators, incredibly sort of, kind of popular, people with T-shirts and, merchandise. But at the same time, they were kind of developing, early forms of, AI computing. So somehow ZKM has to mix that together. That's the kind of the recipe, I think, that we're striving for. And
yes, I think that one of the reasons why we are all here is also to trying to understand what is the role of the new role of ZKM into the changing, contemporary art field and media art field. Because we were, talking before, and I remember when I was studying, when I was doing my PhD, that I came here actually as well as a PhD visiting. So for me, it's a great honor to come back. The media art, this was the real mecca of media art, because there was a real separation between the media art field and contemporary art field. There were separated, you know. I mean, here you could really found something related to art and technology and history. You understand that there was an history and there was an archive. The important to create more history about it, you know. And today, if you look today, you know, everybody are working with technology. There are museums that are, you know, doing exhibition about artificial intelligence everywhere, you know, or so. But I think that, you know, everybody are jumping into this new world, like art and technology, etc., without a proper research. Actually, you know, most of the exhibition I see are always picking up always the same artists, the same cool artists, and putting us white space, you know. And so I think that the deep of research and the real what you have built here up, it is very important today, more than ever, you know. So I think that more than talking about the mecca of media art, we should talk about, I mean, the giving that ZKM can give new routes and new interpretation for investigating our contemporary era.
I was I was thinking a little bit of what Charles said, because he mentioned that we should move from hardware to software. But I was then reckoning this newsletter called this kind of small magazine called Radical Software, and I was remembering some of very interesting manifestos and discussions around technology that were imprinted in that early magazine. And I think that technology does matter. Technology is not something that we have to take for granted, and I think that one of the issues, and I think Valentino in some way is pointing out to that, is that in museums, in overall, I mean, in let's say contemporary art, modern art museums, whatever we want to call it, I mean, they sometimes may take technology for granted, or they will encapsulate the media art within the broader history of art, which is fine in a way, but it's also problematic in some ways. And I think that that's one of the roles at ZKM. I mean, definitely technology does matter, and it's important to understand the characteristics. I mean, the work that is being done here at the conservation of works and the complexity of dealing with those artifacts means that, I mean, and this is not something that is being done in many museums, it means also that there is definitely a need to understand the technical artifact and understand the characteristics, how it evolves through time. I think that's something also that needs to become more visible. I think that whenever we talk about archives, about conservation, we try to be very neutral, but I think we have to have a critical position around that. I think at some moment you mentioned something around works that are impossible to be reactivated, that we should possibly pay tribute to those dead objects, dead artifacts. I think that that's a critical position in a way that needs to be taken into account. I mean, we cannot just preserve everything, perhaps, and this is something that technology is teaching us in the last 25 or 30 years of ZKM.
Thank you. Thank you for all these contributions today, and I actually feel that those contributions are very rich, and there's a lot of variation in it, but not so many contradictions, I actually also did not find. And my comment, or it's more a question, is that everybody seems to agree that it is not so necessary anymore to make a distinction what is media art and what is not media art. So from everything I heard right now, I mean, it was maybe was obviously very important to introduce what is media art back in the 90s, but right now, where we are now, it's not necessary to say that or to make the clear distinction, what is it and what it's not. It's just a comment, which is a question.
but I think also the media has changed in that time as well. So, if you look at the kind of biological work, then kind of natural work that's happened in the last few years is not something that would have necessarily been around in the 1990s. So that is already a shift in how we imagine media or medium to be, and therefore we have to be open to what other media, the known unknowns, or the not yet known unknowns are to come yet. And I think that's also in a way, in terms of Thomas and Valentino, where we need to also be open to, what the potential media could be, and have our eyes open to that, and how we as an institution embrace what we don't know yet, and to be honest about that as well. So it does need to be, in some ways, to be an open system as a way of producing and researching. I don't know whether Thomas, for example, if you could imagine what that would look like in terms of a relationship with KIT.
Thank you very much for the question. I think coming back to what you have started so far is I think we have now reached a very excellent status of media art. And for me, the next step is how we can use the media art to have a much more better insight. And those what I have explained before with connection to sustainability, and you mentioned the bio area. I think we should use media art to have a much more better insight in our living system. That is something which I am convinced that can be a significant contribution. We have seen that especially digitalization has made significant efforts in medicine, in biology system, and I think how we can use that, the media art, to better explain what happened there, and how we can also conserve also that what we have achieved so far in nature, or in order to conserve that more. That is just something which I'm interested very much in that, and that's, I think, also came out from some of the contributions here. And another point is, we all talk about digitalization and everything is digital, and we need a lot of resources for them. And that is also something how we can use media art to explain how we can reduce those resources in that area.
Maybe to build on that, I don't know whether I remember right, but when I, back in the 90s came here, I thought ZKM is Center for Art and Media Technology. Yeah? So I somehow lost the technology. So and that's also one question for me, because I wanted to see the nerdy stuff here always. So I want to see the real kind of tech stuff, and also what Margit was showing, all this kind of conservation of these kind of really nerdy apparatus that we also, some of them were present in our lifetimes, but some are kind of really older. So I think this is also still at the core. And maybe also over to Shannon. So so in your brilliant talk, there was also this one picture with this policeman and with a camera. And this was really wonderful, showing this local implications also, and the kind of political implications that media art in a way have. So I think maybe this would also be one way of what Alistair was saying, how to locally embed also the stuff that we're doing here. So because this political dimension of the use of media and technologies nowadays, with all the protests that are ongoing, and this kind of reflection in the social media, is also something that is on a theoretical level interesting, but also very much on a kind of practical level.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's an historic image. That image is reproduced a lot in the history of the Porta-Pack. But, jumping forward, if you think about the relationship between ever new technology and protest, that is one track that ZKM could be tracking, all the way now to surveillance technology, facial recognition technology, of course, being at a university that has a lot of protests going on. We're very, very aware about the very local embeddedness of these types of technologies, and how they're not only emancipatory, but the opposite, right? So that really is one track. if I can use the fact that I have a microphone now, also to respond to a couple of other things that came up. I think it is interesting to use the word technology, but also to decide when you're not using it. That was really interesting, and I think that the fact that media doesn't necessarily mean technology is a huge thing to remember, because especially in some of these occasions like this, we and I reproduce this obviously then we're talking about art and technology, but really once you go to a post-human orientation or thinking about the living systems of the world, you actually have to go back to some core ideas about what media and medium are, which are etymologically in-betweenness. It's about, I loved that the word mediation came up so much in so many different ways. It had so many different resonances, and I do think that Alistair is quite right that the biomateriality, the bio nature of experimental biomaterials will be a huge part of what media art is. It is becoming a huge part of what media art's future is, because that is the material we have to sort of re-engage and rethink. So, and I'll use that as a final point, just as a sort of suggestion. I found myself taking an inventory of terms that were used here, and I brought up mediation, and I talked a little bit to Janine about it. How cool is it that a space that is devoted to media art has, pedagogical people who are called mediators? To me, that word mediation joins video art and social practice. I mean, in the resonances on the one side and the resonance on the other side are all getting mobilized here at this venue. Mediation as about relation, as about ambassadorship, as about understanding and misrecognition and attempting to overcome misrecognition, which is part of the social part of social practice, and then mediation and remediation in terms of the history of technology and all of that. So it was one word, and I keep on thinking about what are some of the other core words that could really, really be drilled into by this institution. Some of you know I really believe in keywords. It's the Richard Hogarth, Raymond Williams orientation. Take a word and beat it to death. All of the different perspectives that it could hold and sustain. Could a word like emancipation, or just the word technology, or new words? What are and certainly, obviously, decolonization. But what might be the new the lexicon that needs to be propelling this institution? And I'd be really interested to think about that on the Kuratorium. I took the microphone for a while.
But I do think the word technology needs beating up a bit as well. Right now it's kind of it feels like the moment. And if we have the possibility that plants are making technologies of their own, or earth systems.
They are undeniably doing that. It was just not observed by human science before. And I think that's the one great thing about being 60 years old in 2024 is that I was able to live through like two very strong philosophical paradigms. The paradigm that I learned when I studied philosophy in the 90s, which was still entirely human-oriented, and it had where modernity was an unfinished project, to use that famous term. And then the revolution, which is ongoing, which has come to the fore, sparked by the Anthropocene, but an observation that, in fact, Anthropocene may be a vain human way of thinking that, well, we screwed it up, so we can fix it, rather than seeing that this is actually, we are one species, one form of life on a form of life in a certain respect.
that gets me out of bed in the morning. I mean, I'm totally excited by this shift. But I wanted to come back. Constance, you said we were kind of all in agreement about breaking down the distinction between media art and art. But I would actually go one step further, is that I would like to break down this distinction between art and not art, which I see as a kind of way of giving some traction to Lucy Lepard's idea of conceptual art as idea. You know, when media art came to the fore in the early 60s, philosophy was obsessed with the specificity of art. Specificity was the key word. There was specific medium and specific objects and site-specific work and specific visibility. It was, the idea was to define what made art different than any other symbolic configuration because it was perceptibly identical. And you can try and teach that today to philosophy students, but nobody cares at all. It's complete, it gets no traction whatsoever. It simply does not correspond to a contemporary sensibility. And I think for the reason for that is that art itself, not media art or art, but art has actually, it was at that time imagined that it had to appear in the world in the form of an artwork. In other words, a extremely distilled, crystallized, dense aggregation of all of its components. Now, we experience art more often in a disintegrated form. In other words, we see art has disassembled, in many cases, into, or distributed into its ingredients. So we can take some components of art and use them in different, they are socially available to be used in any number of places and in any number of situations. And in some cases, that is in art-specific cases, but they're also compatible with other types of activities. And so this new way for art to gain a new life, in a sense, within an ecosystem, a broader ecosystem, is not in this condensed form, but in a kind of in forms of its elements, its energies, its legacies, its histories, its competences, its skills, any number of things. And so the question is not, is this art or not art? And so that's a big question about what you show in a place like ZKM, but it's not art. In other words, it owes its conditions of historical possibility and usership to art, even though it may not itself be art, or it may not proclaim itself ontologically to be art.
Maybe to build on also the term of the usership and the useful museum. So what do you see also in kind of pragmatic challenges of participation of general public? Because I think this is something that we also have to take into account, and maybe you have also some learnings already. So what kind of curation does it need? So is ZKM perceived already as a kind of useful museum, and that, you know, all the kind of different also maybe non-human users, you know, feel at home, or is there also maybe a new approach since all this kind of participatory design stuff that we know since a couple of years? So what's your also take on this kind of useful museum and challenges of participation?
Yeah, well, I think it needs to be complexified. That's for sure, because the trap is it becomes like it just becomes words that get repeated out, and it becomes a phrase or a catchphrase. And actually, there's much more complexity to it, as we've highlighted earlier. But I think ZKM does always has had a body of users who get value out of it, and they might be local, they might be international artists, it might be a kind of intellectual network of people. There are all kinds of different userships of ZKM, like anything. But it does feel like that does need to be expanded, because I still get taxi drivers and I ask them, take me to ZKM, they drop me at the cinema, and they've not heard of this place. There is still, there is still, still people in the world who are not aware of the work that ZKM, does, and I think they should. not necessarily for egotistical reasons, but because of the possibilities that this place offers and the influence that it can have and the way it can shape. And I was looking the other day online at various things, and I came actually just by accident came across the Wikipedia entry for new media art, and there was no mention of ZKM in that at all. So I think it's and it came up earlier, that its visibility of practice is still something that I think we need to think about. I think the engagement with that visibility is also something we need to think about, and it's to create a kind of omnidirectional usership, omnidirectional engagement and mediation that needs to come from multiple directions at the same time. That needs to be grown and developed in new ways. And I was interested also not only in the if we describe ourselves as being in a post-digital age, which is a hypothetical term in some ways, but we are, as we go into bioscience, as we go into computing, which is not based on ones and zeros, as we try to humanize or non-humanize our relationality, things that come into play like other cultural perspectives and spiritual beliefs and ethics and different perspectives and value systems. So we have it in Zhengugu, we're kind of in the exhibition in Fellow Travelers, Zhengugu, who's sort of hybridizing the technosphere, 1990s computer games, chakra and thanka and meditation and tea drinking. And in a way, there is a call for technology or mediation to be expanded in these directions, and I think that's also something, when we're looking, for example, at the story in South America, is not just this projection, from Europe, this projection of how we imagine the story of media arts to be from here, but also to go, well, how it works both ways. There needs to be a mutuality between those different geographies that isn't there at the moment in the art world, and that really needs correcting. And I think that needs an embrace of things that maybe previously we dismissed.
I was actually quite. I was thinking several times about the word global, because I think it was used in different ways during let's say, the Peter Weibel era, and even though there was an intention to make ZKM a global institution with different perspectives, and I mean, I was also talking about that a while, some minutes ago with other people. I think that there was always this intention to look at the global from a center, from I mean, I would not say Western, but I would say universal, encyclopedic, one rationality. And perhaps, yes, there will be some different perspectives, different types of knowledges, different cultures around, but always from one dominant locus point. And I'm very curious at thinking how that can change. And once more, instead of ZKM bringing the encyclopedic knowledge, how all these other knowledges can nurture a sort of new encyclopedic, more diverse knowledges. I think that the S is fundamental. It's also when we talk about artificial intelligence, one rationality, and artificial intelligence. I mean, we've always been creating artificial intelligence through myths, through stories. It's always been there. So I'm just very curious about how that sort of different or transglobal but locally embedded vision of what ZKM does could be deployed, not just also in the exhibitions. I'm also curious about how that could work in touring programs or more, different types of diffusion, international diffusion. Once more, I'm once more thinking about what happened with Rudolph and Dieter Daniels in the 90s with this suitcase. And what's a suitcase of the 21st century would look like. And of course, if the Goethe was a great partner at that time. It brought that suitcase all over the world. How will that suitcase look today? Because that suitcase, of course, brought lots of ideas around a more, I would say, at that time, a universal history of media art, which was very much Western-based, but much necessary for all of us in order to understand also and compare it with what was happening in our context. Without that, with those tools, it would have been impossible to figure out in the last 20 or 25 years the other histories of media art. So I'm very curious about how that suitcase will look like today.
Can I just do one tiny follow-up around what it means to decolonize one's history? I'm at the moment the chair of the art history department at UC Berkeley, which is interesting to have a performance studies social practice person chairing art history. They would have never asked me 10 years ago. But interestingly, I think part of it is because we're in the process of really trying to deeply decolonize the curriculum. And a couple of things come forward from that I still think might be useful. Number one, as you said, Juan Carlos, it was useful to form a history around video and media art and say that it has maybe a few different origins, but some origins, some technique. We needed that, partly in order to fight against it now. But also, what's been interesting to me in working in a department that, of course, has classics to medieval to Renaissance to modern and contemporary, and had largely northern hemispheric orientation, to mess that all up and to really rethink, ends up being that your holy trinity of organizing knowledge in art history, which is often around time, space, and medium. It's about the epoch, the region of the world, and the medium. All three of those start to get messed up so that you actually, once you start to say, oh man, there is something that looks like sculpture, BC, before Christ, in what is now South America. What is classical? Classical can't be the same thing, and medieval can't be the same thing, and how you periodize the medieval can't be the same thing. It didn't now start in the same time. So it almost becomes this sort of Rubik's Cube of relation. It's not simple inclusion. It's about redoing how you categorize. And I do wonder what might and then the medium changes too. Once you sort of allow that to become sculpture too, or start to think differently about where else performance might have been. Anyway, so I just think it could be kind of interesting once you really take seriously Juan Carlos's, Jose Carlos, sorry. I have a good friend named Juan Carlos that was just texting me yesterday. Jose Carlos's provocation. I just think it will be interesting to sort of say what happens to these three ways of categorizing time, space, and medium, and to invite the puzzle, a new kind of puzzle.
And I would just like to add something, because when you discuss about sculpture, I thought about this book in 1968 by Jack Burnham on Beyond Modern Sculpture, the same year that system theory was discussed, and he wrote this amazing text on system aesthetics. And I think that we should take into account all these manifestos, all this thinking, all these epistemologies. Once more, system aesthetics, or the work, the text around beyond technology from Juan Downey or Artionika by Cordeiro, but many other people that wrote amazing manifestos in the last 50 or 60 years. I think this is also part of that epistemology that we need to take into account, or epistemologies once more. Because just to close with this, when we discuss about decolonization, I think that many people haven't read Quijano. Quijano, it's the text about rationality. It's in English, very well written, in 2012, I think, or 97 or 2012, I think, or 2007. But nevertheless, he doesn't talk that much about content. He talks about deeply going into the core, which is epistemology, systems of knowledge. Because once more, if not, we will have lots of texts and exhibitions and artworks that in a sort of way decolonize. But that doesn't really change things. And if we are trying to propose a 21st century museum based on also that beautiful notion of the museum, I think that we need to go to the core and think about the institution, how the institutions work, how the organizations work, and also what are the elements, the systems of representation that we use, and how may those systems need to change or need to add other elements.
Knowledge laboratory.
Yeah, but that also reminds me of the conversation we had before about like the computational histories. Then they're a really important part of that. And I also think there's a role here for ZKM as well to do that, because it has these, kind of relationships with the not art field as well. With technology or innovation and so on, that it has to, in a way, a bit like the CyberSim project we were talking about before, is kind of a political restoration project. And we need also to think about saving these computational histories and making sure the culture of that is embedded in our cultural story and the future cultural stories as well. So that's like we have a role to sort of modulate and not regulate, but make sure that the way we, the future epistemologies are also, deeply grounded in with the right sensibilities as well. But I also think there's a question as well, which is maybe for Thomas or Valentino, is about how our relationship could be with the tech industry or the big man. Because traditionally, I don't think we've really danced with that devil, and I don't know whether if we are going to have this kind of ethical role as an institution. Yeah. What our relationship and conversations or work with that could look like.
This is a good question, because the fact is that a new kind of relationship between art and the innovation sector is growing. Especially because suddenly tech company discover contemporary artists. And they started to invest. You probably know, you see it there in California. They invest in big department, or for working with artists. And now artists are free to create with the tech companies, technology. So they invest money. Of course, the artists are happy to work with them because they have a budget, they have technology, they have tech specialists, etc. So it's kind of, this kind of systematizing that what it was before with, many experience, the one I show, but also many other more famous, from the Bell Labs to LACMA to whatever, And so my question when I start to look at this experience was, so can we really leave Microsoft working with artists without any ethical protection, without any, okay, I'm not questioning that it's not right, of course, that is a trend, it's common, it's normal, artists working with technology, they work with innovation that work with, again, the technology that are fundamentally changing our society. I mean, put it simply, a painter can paint alone into his studio, and an artist working with artificial intelligence needs to work with tech specialists, into the scientific lab company, need to engage another sector, which is the innovation sector. So can we really leave Microsoft working with, or Google, whatever, working with technology? I think that we need to find our role, which is a role of mediator. The curator, institution, they need to mediate between, these two worlds, in order to create a bridge and protect the artist's work as well, and protect ethically as well, and put culture as well at the center of this kind of relationship, So this is why I started to investigate this topic, and I think that we can't avoid, because it is a growing field and a growing relationship, and I'm pretty impressed by the fact that when I speak with company, they're all so keen in working with artists. They have never been interested in artists. They were interested in creative designer, something more practical, let's say. So that is another, I think, that is another roads that today cultural institutions should follow. I mean, not as the center, of course, but at least, also because it helps also to find extra funding. It helps to find, collaboration. It helps to find, tech specialists. I remember, and then I close, one of the first thing I did was the Media Art Festival in Rome at Museum, and we spoke with Epson, with Microsoft, the Italian section, and I remember that Epson, they created the augmented reality glasses, and they said at that time they just launched the Google glasses, and they said, I mean, we invented this technology, but we don't know what to do with this technology. Maybe the workers, imagine the workers that wear augmented reality glasses, They say, why don't you give us, and we create new art project. They were a bit skeptical in the beginning, but then they were so surprised about the potential. And artists, we selected 3 artists working into the Epson company with tech specialists. It was very, very interesting project at that time. But we mediate, there were curators that spoke, that mediate within the technical, the company, etc., etc. So this is a reflection, I think, that we should start to investigate, because, as you said, is speaking with the devil, and we need to start to speak and find a new language.
I can see some questions brewing amongst the Tim. Oh, sorry.
Just a comment from my side. If I talk to industry, they really understood that their technologies becomes more and more complex, and it's much more difficult to explain to society what is the impact. If you look on AI, you look on cybersecurity, we look on all these investigations, and also if you look on sustainability, for example, on the impact on the environment, that's much more better, and that also indicates a lot of social debates, and a lot of people didn't really understand what happens in that. And therefore, I think places like here are very important in order to explain these very complex interactions, and what will that have been, what is the impact in the future. For example, if we talk about these technologies and the impact of AI on our real world, and I think, and that's the same for me with the sustainability. And you mentioned all these examples on these. For example, the growing of the biosystems, for example, that is, I think, something where we can combine much more better all these aspects of media art in order to better understand where we are coming from and where we want to go. And I think there is a strong linked to going a little bit more back to and to understand better, much more better our ecosystem and how we can use all these elements of the biological system in order to preserve our nature. And I think that is also something where people are really interested, especially the younger generation, and I think we should have a closer look on that. And industry also realized that, because they have seen that they have produced a lot of products which we have seen now have a very strong impact. We have at the moment, for example, all this debate on these polyfluorinated compounds which came up now, and we should look for solutions, and therefore we see that there is a strong interest in industry about this debate. In Germany, we have a very interesting organization which is hosted in Osnabrück. That's the German, the Deutsche Bundesstiftung Umwelt. And they are really, could be a very excellent partner also for ZKM. I strongly recommend that because they were founded, I think, 20 or 30 years ago as an organization to support projects also on communication of environmental aspects. And they also organize publications and events, and they also are responsible for the German Environmental Prize. And so I think that can be also a partner for you in order to look more on this topic. So therefore, I think that's what I have recognized from a lot of, let me say, projects, as well as from talks to industry, is the link between environmental aspects and digitalization. And I think media art can better explain that link, and that's from my perspective a very interesting topic for the future.
Tim, and I think Philip, you have a microphone as well, so go Tim first.
Well, first of all, thanks to all of you. It was quite inspiring day. It's a very cool format to think, publicly, the future of the ZKM. I made a couple, two observations today, and two things which I was missing a bit. So if you look, first of all, the period of time we were discussing, of course, the future. And then we have almost thinking about 60 years back maximum. And it's a question of the media we were discussing. And the media we were discussing were really very visually focused. And Alistair, you have been talking about the challenging of visibility. What about the challenge of audibility? And let me illustrate that, please, with two historic examples. We heard today from Benjamin the concept of reproduction. A contemporary of Benjamin, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, who wrote an essay in 1922, Reproduction, Production. So using reproduction media productively. And the example he takes is a record, a music record, to use it and to scratch it manually, and to use it as a music generator. And the whole concept is less inspired by technology as we think. He first of all is inspired from music pedagogy, the concept of production. Instead of reproduction, it's the way how we interpret things. And this brings me to the second jump, and to the first talk, talking about the concept of the digital, which is quite crucial, of course. And coming back also to music, the big, break in music history in Western music was the invention of notation in the Middle Ages. And this is a digital medium, first defining the pitches and later on a bit, the metron, the time. So, and this triggered a whole development, and just by a technical medium, And it's just to use music and notation system as a point of comparison. And then a lot of questions came up, which we can compare to the question from Michael Resch this morning about, well, what's the digital? What's about, well, what's reproduction? Or don't we need more a concept of production, so a different kind of interpretation? Or another question, what's finally the music piece? Is this the notation? A musicologist, of course, would say, well, that's the music piece, it's a notation. Or is it a performance? So, and of course, the many questions, so it's just a strong plea to looking also not only in the future, but maybe to do also a jump back into history and before Renaissance, and also to look. Please don't forget music. Well, there's a big music facility here at the ZKM, so it's a strong plea also to have this challenge of audibility.
Thank you, Tim. Any reflections on that?
Just a tiny point. You're reinforcing the tiny point I was trying to make, that that provocation around music and is an alteration in terms of thinking about what the medium is, is the object of analysis. And then once you bring more of a robust understanding about music as a form into the conversation, your sense of what the period is changes. So it's not just 60 years back. This is just sort of an example of what I'm trying to say, that once you bring that in, then how all of these other epistemic conventions you have for delineating the object start to explode too, in terms of space and time.
Yeah, and chronology itself is a question, that needs to be tackled from this perspective. Philip, did you have a question?
I want to react to the question of Jose Carlos about the suitcase. What would be the suitcase be of today? Of course, a hard drive. If I may say, and that's maybe our experience when also you're mentioning, are we the center, are we European-centered, what is our perspective? And working also with the Goethe Institute, which is still a really great network and enabler of exchanges. And in the last 2 years or 3 years, we traveled with critical zones through 6 or 7 cities in India and in Sri Lanka, and literally we came with a hard drive there. We didn't come with a ready exhibition. We didn't come with artworks, shipping it to India, also out of ecological reasons. It was more with an idea, maybe with a methodology, with open questions, and then more or less building from scratch a project which travels then with a lot of local contributions, maybe also some which we had shown here, but most was done locally. Most was done in India, traveling and responding to the realities in those Indian cities, which were, of course, very similar to the questions we had here, but in another context. And this is maybe about co-creation. And this co-creation, we were able, together with the Goethe Institute, to enable in a way. And this was maybe the thing we could offer, to enable or to bring a methodology, but then let it grow locally. And this brings me also to maybe the resources which we do have. And we have heard from Margit, I mean, she was showing us the diagram. And there is maybe still a difference between art and media art, or what technicians, who is able to set up certain kind of works. It's not about that at ZKM we should only concentrate on works which need electricity and maybe a computer to run. No, I think we have always been a very open place for different kinds of media, but there is still a certain need of certain works for technicians or people, knowledgeable people, to an environment that can sustain it and can show it. And I think this brings it to the question of responsibility also to some artists, to some art forms. What can we offer what other institutions maybe still not can offer. And I was just traveling through the US, and I think I have seen in 20 museums, I've seen 5 pieces of video art and maybe 1 or media artwork. So if you go to permanent collections, if you go to normal museums, I would say there is no media art or no technological art, because the museums are still not equipped to keep it running. So, and this is the big advantage of the ZKM, and maybe we should often remind us that this is also a uniqueness which we can offer. I mean, not about that exclusive knowledge, no, but I mean, we have the luck that we have 30 years of experience in doing it, which we want to share.
And I probably also add as well that I was funny thinking when I was listening to Charles' talk as well, and he was talking about relinquishing the hardware. I'm not sure that's quite the answer. I think one of the great treasures that we have is the hardware. And there is something about the way people gather, the haptic qualities and the sensual qualities even of the way people gather around these kind of strange objects that creates community and relationships and stories and so on as well. So I think there is still a material culture here of technology and hardware that's very, very important to what we do. And if we're talking about engagement with publics, they love that stuff because they might not necessarily understand the idea of art, or they you know, in the Lucy Lippard sense, but actually then through these curious objects that do things and transform things, you have a medium through which to do the mediation. So yeah, I mean, I would probably just make that point as well, not to lose the hardware.
First of all, I wanted to respond to Stephen's maybe unconscious Nam June Paik quote when he was asked, why is that music that you do? And he said, well, it's not music. And that was 1963. And I think that sort of spirit to go beyond the genre, to be hybrid, to connect media is crucial to a place like ZKM. But I also want to answer to you, Alistair, this is not a museum. It is, I mean, the basic idea of ZKM was it's a museum. Actually, at the time, it was 2 museums. It's an archive, but it's also a production center. And my question for now is, you know, we've seen ZKM become sort of a producer of knowledge, of theses, of big exhibitions, publications, extremely relevant to the wider field. But what could that relevance for a wider field be in the future? And in the very, very beginning, it was actually the productions that happened here, a place for artists. And we have talked very, very little about artists today, which is a little bit surprising because that was so essential to the core idea of ZKM. So that's basically a question now, what could ZKM offer to artists in the future?
That's for the Kuratorium to comment on.
I mean, I was thinking the word what is lying in the air is artistic practice, which is like becoming also more important as the finished product, to be part of artistic practice and also artistic practice in media art or in media and art. So more process-based and maybe also more participatory practices in media art, which became in the last decades more relevant than the finished product. This is what I feel. And what I wanted to add earlier was when I got introduced to the ZKM, that was only in 2011. Before I didn't knew about it. And but what was transported to me, and also as citizen of Karlsruhe, what I am since 5 years, is the love of the Karlsruhe people of this place, which is like they feel it's not Karlsruhe, it's another place. It's the place which is like, it's also a thought-provoking and a general provoking place, which gives us the feeling there is another practice going on or something else going on, or as Alistair says, doing things in other ways. So it might be a place which is a bit ahead society, and where artistic practices are going on which are not the standard. Yeah, this is also what I mean. What I can claim for our university, because we are in constant dialogue with the next generation, it is more easy for us to be a place where like it's more diverse and more democratic and more like the society is right now, because we are part of the society, but a smaller part of society. And I'm wondering how ZKM thinks, because ZKM is clearly a part of the society, but also something else. Yeah, and how would you? I mean, there were a lot of pictures came already up. I liked your new list of words, of terms, and I like the suitcase and other things. And so a picture comes up.
The double negation, which I kind of embedded at the core of my recommendations, the not, is an epistemic parry, in a sense. It's an epistemic parry from the subaltern perspective, in a sense that it does not seek to make a frontal and a strenuous ontological assertion, because it doesn't enjoy the legitimacy necessary to pull that off. So it simply says, but it's not. I'm not an artist. So I wouldn't talk about artists, for instance, for precisely that reason, and I prefer to talk about users and usership, which is also a subaltern epistemic category, one which is constantly dismissed by expert culture as being a band of misusers, which is precisely why they're not allowed into public institutions, or at least not welcome with open arms, because goodness only knows what sort of abuse they might get up to. But this is so that's why for me the double negation, the not, is essentially a counter-epistemic gesture. And the question of counter-epistemologies is extremely important, because the epistemicide, which characterized basically modernity, and which was most dramatically sort of evidenced by colonialism, was a destruction of these subaltern knowledge systems, which we can't simply reassert, but need to nevertheless acknowledge. And it's a kind of an epistemic tactic to avoid talking about professional on my part, to avoid talking about professional categories such as artists, which probably claims to be extremely inclusive, but is actually quite exclusive, because those tools and components that make up art are so widely distributed and can be aggregated and combined and assembled and reassembled by any number of art users. And also just on the question of the artist, of course, so I think sometimes it's hidden in plain sight when we talk about this, that of course the building is full of artists exhibiting, producing new work, artist residencies, but also, we have artistic or art-like creations by non-artists, in terms of, DJ Shroomy that we saw before is essentially, a fun guy producing art of a form. And we have kind of biological and synthetic and mechanical productions as well. And I think that plethora of that, and in a way, I think art and artist is one of those words we also, alongside technology, we have to hit with a stick
to really sort of understand what that is and what new forms of being creative can be. And I think that's also an essential role that we have to do in terms of mediating between this idea of art and media, however we configure that. That's a really fundamental role, but we have to allow for these varying forms, so it's not just they're the artists and they're not. And because also we exhibit scientists here and scientific work and technologists and all kinds of things, and I think that's also the beauty of ZKM.
Thanks so much. My name is Hanna Watley. I grew up near ZKM in Speyer, and now I'm a lecturer of social anthropology in Poznan, Poland. And so I want to express my gratitude for the many years of the work of ZKM, which shaped me also, because I grew up coming here, and experiencing that. And then I also, for this day, that I could participate. And I was thinking, so what was, of all the topics that have been discussed and that were really crucial to me, I felt now I wanted to address you as maybe as a concerned citizen, with the warning of Abd ibn Fattah, who writes, the Egyptian political prisoner, who writes, "You have not yet been defeated," in his very important essay that he writes from prison and addresses to I think it was a tech conference in the US where he was invited. And so in this essay, he addresses the people who have this kind of freedom of speech, who are not imprisoned, who can do things. So I was thinking, now that we have also this permanent crisis of democracy, and even more these days in Germany, I was thinking this really something that we have to remember, that where are we now? Have we been defeated? Have we not yet been defeated? Because also Charles Escher was addressing press freedom and so on. So I was really thinking, how safe is this space in which we are operating at this moment, planning for the years, for the themes, while in many regions of Europe, of Germany, political climates are changing, funding policies might be changing. I'm talking also from the Polish perspective, where the PiS government, Prawo i Sprawiedliwość government in the past years exchanged the leaderships of many important museums and so on. So just kind of capturing this moment of, we're actually able still to do something for democracy, and I just wanted to bring that up. Also, the idea of usership in relationship to citizenship, and maybe what can we do to educate into creating some kind of solidarity, citizenship, usership together as in this moment, because I think we can't. I'm a lecturer. I'm also a cultural activist, and I think we cannot be too cozy in the space in which we are, not only in terms of climate change and the things that have been rightly and importantly mentioned by you, but also in this very sense of the democratic state that we have to keep together, teach, train, communicate, bring in connection with the technologies we have available, and use it for that purpose. So that was a comment, and maybe you want to bring it up tomorrow in the meeting, just this democratic element that I think is really important. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a very valuable contribution. I mean, at the center of the Fellow Travelers Project and the museum next door is the question, what needs to be done? What can we do together? Which is creating an open system. And I see ZKM as an open system where, ZKM has consistently advocated for forms of democracy, for solidarity, for support of people beyond the cozy world of the art world. It's been a very active institution. That's absolutely the plan going forward. But I think it's a very good point you've made, and one that we will add into the mix when we have our meeting tomorrow morning as well to digest, the ideas and the things we've heard today. So it's a great comment to end on. But Chandra, did you want to add?
I mean, I don't want to reopen it up because I know we're about out of time. But just as a provocation, I think that this is a really important point to take back to this question of the deals with the devil thing too, just because I think there's a reason you brought up that phrase, and I think that even as you're promoting it, Valentino, you're also sanguine about what might happen. And as somebody who's from Silicon Valley, and Rudolf, you know the ups and downs of these efforts, you've seen many artist residency programs in Silicon Valley cultures be entirely instrumentalized, entirely appropriated, entirely about creating a different marketing logo for Facebook, closed down because we don't want there to be an epistemological jostling. We want you to think outside the box for us for a minute, but then we want to figure out how we will make money on it. And it's okay. There's ways we have to all think practically about all of that. But I do sort of think you maybe have to have that phrase, "You have not yet been defeated," in your mind in order to have a nimble, but also just strong and courageous stance toward certain types of partnership and collaboration. So I believe in thinking about entrepreneurship and innovation and all that, but also there's been a lot of wounds around that as well. And just to take this last thought in as we take them all together in our board meeting tomorrow.
Yeah. We definitely will, but thanks also for giving this thought at the end of our kind of packed and busy day, because as you say, so democracy is, I grew up, I thought all the world will turn to democratic systems at some point in time, but slowly in the last kind of 10 years, I just understood that this is just not the case. So that we really have to fight for democracy and for freedom also of our institutions, freedom of opinion. And I think your work, Alistair, is very much dedicated to this also political agenda of also as an institution having also in a way an activist role for democracy and for this exchange through art. So this is a wonderful thought that we will take on and carry on with our work.
I know we should stop, but it's an irresistible.
Carry on outside.
It's an irresistible point. I mean, part of the reason for the failure of democracy is that, in fact, it's human democracy, and we need to. And if it was going to work, it would have. There's something wrong, and I think it's always a mistake to shoot at the ambulance, and not politically very astute to say that the concept of citizenship is perhaps a modern contrivance, which is not particularly, which is not sustainable, and it needs to be rethought completely. And I just want to say one thing that really needs to be, we really need to bear in mind is the right of the other than human to modify the landscape. And for now, that right does not exist. And until we do that, until we can live, we humans, in some kind of democracy with the other than human, we are just going to continue this game of failure of competing human interests, which is why I think that it's just politically why I put forth, and maybe it's not a good idea, but put forth a category that is shared by all humans, the usership, but also by all other agents.
Okay, thank you. And Matthias, I wondered if we could ask you for some closing remarks.
We should also, in view of, let's say, the online audience, that we should come to an end. And if that's okay, because you will continue anyway tomorrow, the audience can continue with you after this event, over a drink perhaps. You are not jet lagged? No?
I'm so jet lagged.
You see? So what I will do is only another 2 minutes round to conclude this, to give it some kind of formal round, if you will, formal touch. As we've seen, ZKM is supposed to mediate, between producing and using humans and non-humans, high-tech and sustainability, the local and the international. So being global without a CO2 print, it is tough. It is tough. I think in order to go on with that, I would adopt your idea of a lexicon, of a dictionary. I could not do it in alphabetic order right away because it's hard to read here, but I have some kind of A to Z order that starts with the archive, the living archive, of course. It is one. The ZKM is a co-creator and a place of production. It is a democratic space. It should remain one and perhaps enhance that. It is an incubator. It is a generator, likely a facilitator for people to understand. It is a machine, a huge machine, and a place to think about machinery. That's Karlsruhe. It is a model of a machine. It is a mediator, a modulator, a pluralizer, a playground. It is a place for technology. It is not, but I also had it should be a responder. It should be a recorder, also audio-wise, but in also other aspects. It is like a huge mirror or a radio telescope that puts ears on everything and mirrors it down to this very core place where you see the world in a nucleus. ZKM, the center, with a Z in that case, Z, sorry. It has to moderate between activism, that's the A, and the center, the institution on the other. We should not institutionalize activism. We should keep activity active. So it is a tough job. I do not envy you and your fabulous team. But what we had as a conversation over lunch, you remember, Alistair, what we decided upon, what we're absolutely sure about is that's something for the German audience. You have still water, you have sparkling water, and in Germany you have medium. And it should not be that, middle of the road. Medium and media should not be that. Just in between, you don't know what it is, like hot sauce or not sauce. Medium. So that's from me. I wish you a very productive meeting tomorrow. I thank everybody here in the audience and online for your contributions, for the very, let's say, committed statements you made in the end, and like encouragement for your work. And thank you for everybody for joining, for attending, for discussing. And my apologies that I took the last word. Sorry. Thank you.